Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It began with the mail. Every third morning, like a metronome keeping time for a song only I could hear, a single blue envelope would appear in the stack. No return address, no postmark from any place I knew. For months, it was just that a quiet, consistent fact of my life, as unremarkable as the dust settling on the sill. But last cycle, the paper felt different, thinner, and the shade of blue was a fraction lighter, like a memory starting to fade. This morning, the envelope was there again, right on schedule. But the flap was already torn, just a hair, as if someone had been too eager to see what was inside before I ever could. My thumb finds the tear now. It rests in the divot of my knuckle, a tiny, ragged mouth. The paper is cool. It is always cool, no matter the humidity that presses against the windows. I do not open it, not yet. I place it on the kitchen table, its blue a stark, foreign island on the worn wood. The coffee maker gurgles its one familiar note. Outside, a car door slams, a sound that is both present and impossibly distant. The first one arrived on a Tuesday, I think, or perhaps a Thursday. The days had begun to bleed into one another back then after the article was published, the one about the silence surrounding his disappearance. I had spoken to people who claimed to know nothing. Their faces were flat, their words careful. One woman, she lived next door to him, she said she heard a car door late that night, a solid, heavy sound, but she could not be sure of the color, the make, the direction it went. She said the sound was just a fact, like the moon being out. It held no meaning. I pick up the envelope. The tear is a violation, a tiny one but profound. It means the system has been breached. The ritual is broken. For months, the ritual was everything. The retrieval, the weight in my hand, the slow, deliberate act of slicing it open with the brass letter opener. The contents were never a surprise, and yet they were the entire point. A single sheet of paper, always the same heavy linen stock. A sentence, sometimes two, typed on a machine with a faintly misaligned E. The words were never threatening, they were observations. He always wore his watch on his right wrist. The sound of a spoon against a ceramic bowl, that was the last thing he heard at dinner. The lilacs by the back steps were in bloom that week. The scent was overwhelming. They were facts, intimate, trivial, impossible facts. Facts I had not printed. Facts I had gathered in my notebook, in the quiet corners of my mind, and shared with no one. The kitchen light flickers, a momentary stutter. I look at the envelope. Is the blue lighter still, or is that the light playing tricks? Memory is a fluid thing. I remember the first time I met him. He was standing on his porch, squinting against the sun. He was a man who seemed made of angles and quiet, or was he smiling? I have the photograph I took, but it's blurry, his face a smudge of light and shadow. I remember his handshake was dry and firm, or was it soft? The memory shifts, recalibrates based on which detail I focus on. The coffee is ready. The bitter steam fills the air. I think of the phone call with the detective, the one they assigned after the first few envelopes arrived. His voice was a low, tired rumble. There is no threat here, he had said. No demands, it is just words. But they were private words, I remember saying, my own voice thin in my ears. They were things only I, or someone who was there, could know. Or things you might have mentioned to someone, he countered, a source, a neighbor. Memory is a tricky thing. The paper, I insisted, the typewriter, there is no postmark. Which means it is hand-delivered, he said, the weariness deepening. By someone who knows your habits, it is likely someone you know, a prank, a misguided attempt to stay connected to the story. He asked me to bring the letters in. I said I would. I never did. They were mine. They were the only thing that proved the story was still breathing, that it hadn't been filed away and forgotten. I slide my finger into the tear and pull. The paper gives way with a soft, sighing rip. The linen sheet inside is the same. I lay it flat on the table. It reads, "You left the gate open." The words do not immediately connect. They float in my mind unattached. I read them again. "You left the gate open." A flash of heat, then cold. The backyard, his backyard, overgrown, a tangle of ivy and wild rose. A small, rusted iron gate that led to the alley. I was the last one to leave the property after the initial investigation wound down. The police tape was down. The silence was absolute. I remember walking through that damp grass, my shoes soaking through. I remember the weight of my bag, the weight of the unanswered questions. I remember stopping at the gate, my hand on the cold, flaking metal. I looked back at the dark windows of the house. Did I open it? I must have, to leave through the alley, to loop back to my car parked on the next street over. Did I close it behind me? The memory is a blank wall. I see my hand on the latch. I feel the resistance. But did it click shut? I cannot hear the click. I only hear the silence that followed. "You left the gate open." It is an accusation of negligence, of a small, careless act. It is not about him. It is about me. All the other notes were about him, his habits, his last moments. This one is a fingerprint of my own presence at the edges of his story. I get up and walk to the window. The street is empty. A Child-esque bicycle lies on its side in a front yard across the way. The world looks normal, composed, but the axis has tilted. The notes were never about providing clues. They were a test, a chronicle of my own attention, my own memory. And with this one I have failed, or I have been caught. I think of the neighbor again, the one who heard the car door. Her face was not flat, I realize now. It was careful, deliberately neutral. She was watching me, assessing how much I knew, how much I had seen. Did I speak to her on the porch, or was it in her kitchen, the smell of disinfectant thick in the air? The two memories fight for dominance, each feeling equally true. The blue envelope on the table seems to pulse with a quiet light. It is a key, but it does not open the door to his disappearance. It opens a door into my own mind, and the room inside is dark and full of doubts I place there myself. Did I, in my focus on the grand mystery, the profound silence, miss the simple, mundane truth? Was the answer not in a dramatic gesture, but in a forgotten, open gate? I will never know what happened to him. That search is over. It has been over for a long time. This is a different search now. It is a quiet, endless interrogation of every moment I spent near that house, every word I wrote, every assumption I made. The mystery did not vanish. It turned inward and it found a home there. I look at my hands resting on the windowsill. They are just my hands, but for a moment they feel like the hands of a stranger, capable of small, unseen acts with unknowable consequences. The envelope will come again in 3 days. I know this with a certainty that feels like dread. I will be waiting. And when it comes, I will look at it and I will wonder if the next sentence will be another fact about him, or another, deeper truth about the person I was and the person I have become, living in the long blue shadow of a story that was never really mine to tell. The coffee maker had gone silent. The room held its breath with me. You left the gate open. The sentence was a seed, and it was already putting down roots, twisting through the soil of everything I thought I knew. I had been so sure the story was about his silence. Now I wondered if it was about the noise I brought with me, the clumsy sounds of my own investigation disturbing a scene I was too arrogant to understand. I left the envelope on the table and walked to the front door. My movements felt slow, deliberate, as if I were moving through water. I turned the deadbolt and opened the door. The morning air was warm and thick. I looked down at my own front step, at the empty space where the blue envelope always appeared. I knelt, running my fingers over the concrete. It was smooth, unmarked. There was nothing to see, no trace of the hand that delivered them. My eyes lifted, scanning the street. The Child-esque bicycle was still there. A curtain twitched in the house 2 doors down, the one with the perfectly manicured lawn, Mrs. Ainsley. She was always watching. Was it concern or was it something else? Had I ever spoken to her about the case? I couldn't recall. My memory, once my sharpest tool, now felt like a sieve. I went back inside and locked the door. The blue envelope seemed to watch me from the table. I picked up the linen sheet again. You left the gate open. It wasn't typed with anger. It was a simple statement of fact, just like all the others, but its target had shifted. It was a correction, a footnote to my own narrative, pointing out a flaw in my reporting, in my very presence. I went to the small desk in the corner of the living room, the one that held my notes and the drafts of the article. I pulled out the thick file. The photograph of him was on top, that blurry smudge of a face. I sifted through the pages, my handwriting a frantic scrawl in some places, a neat print in others. I was looking for my own notes from that last day at the house. I found the page. The paper was creased, the ink slightly smudged from the damp air I had described. I had written about the weight of the silence, the way the ivy seemed to cling to the walls like a shroud. I had written about the gate. I saw the words, iron gate rusted shut, exit to alley blocked. My breath caught. I had written that it was shut, but my memory, the one the note had summoned, was of my hand on the latch, the lack of a click, which was true. Had I written what I assumed to be true, or what I actually saw? The divide between observation and assumption had never seemed so vast or so dangerous. The doorbell rang. The sound was a physical shock, a jolt that went straight through my bones. I stood perfectly still, the file clutched in my hand. They never rang the bell. The delivery was always silent, furtive. The bell rang again, longer this time, insistent. I walked to the door, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I did not look through the peephole. I simply turned the lock and opened it. A woman stood there. It was the neighbor from across the street, the one with the bicycle. She held a flyer. Her face was friendly, open. "Hi," she said, her voice bright. "Sorry to bother you. We're having a block party this weekend, just a little get-together. Hope you can make it." She held out the brightly colored paper. I took it automatically, my fingers numb. "Thank you," I said, my own voice sounding hollow. "No problem," she said, her eyes flicking past me into the dim hallway of my house before meeting mine again. "Have a good day." She turned and walked back across the street. I closed the door, the flyer feeling absurd and flimsy in my hand. It was just a neighbor, a normal interaction. But in the wake of the blue envelope, every normal thing felt like a disguise. Had her glance into my house been casual, or was she looking for something? Was the block party a genuine invitation, or a way to observe me? I looked at the flyer. It was a simple photocopy. A time, a date, a request to bring a side dish. The ordinary world was pressing in, trying to reassert itself, but it could not reach me. I was in the blue world now, the world of the envelopes, a world built on impossible knowledge and the shifting sands of my own memory. I knew the next envelope would come, and I knew with a sickening certainty that I would never close my gate again. I stood there for a long time, the flyer dangling from my fingers. The cheerful font and clip art balloons were a mockery of the chill settling deep within me. A block party. A gathering of normal people with normal lives, sharing potato salad and casual gossip. I could not imagine standing among them, making small talk, while the words "you left the gate open" echoed in the hollows of my mind. I dropped the flyer onto the hall table and returned to the kitchen. I did not look at the blue envelope or the linen sheet. Instead, I picked up the photograph of him. I stared at the blur that was his face, willing it to resolve into something definite, something I could hold on to. But it remained a smear of light, an absence given form. Had I always been this bad at seeing what was really there? The day passed in a slow, thick haze. I tried to read, but the words swam on the page. I tried to eat, but the food had no taste. Every sound from the street, a passing car, a distant shout made me flinch. I was waiting, not for the next envelope that was 3 days away. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the meaning of this new phase to reveal itself. As evening drew in, painting the kitchen in shades of orange and gray, I found myself standing at the back door, looking out at my own small, fenced yard. The gate was closed, hasped with a simple rusted hook. I had checked it 3 times since morning. I unlocked the door and stepped outside. The air was cooler now, a slight breeze stirring the leaves of the lone maple tree. I walked to the gate and placed my hand on the hook, feeling the rough, cool metal. I opened it, the hinge groaning softly, and stepped through into the narrow alley that ran behind the houses. It was a place of trash cans and overgrown fences, a service road, not a destination. I looked left and right. It was empty. This was the kind of place where things could happen unseen. A person could stand in the shadows between the pools of light from the backyard lamps and watch. A hand could slide a blue envelope under a door or through a gap in a fence. I turned and looked back at my house. From here it looked different, smaller. The kitchen window was a bright square, and I could see the table where the envelope still sat. I could see the entire back of my life, exposed and vulnerable. How many times had someone stood right here, watching me move between the rooms before they approached to make their delivery? I stepped back into my yard and closed the gate. The hook slid into the eye with a soft, definitive clink. I made sure of it. I locked the back door and drew the blinds. That night sleep did not come. I lay in the dark, listening to the house settle. Every creak was a footstep. Every rustle of the wind was a hand on the door. The sentence played on a loop in my mind, a taunt. You left the gate open. It was no longer just about a physical gate in a forgotten backyard. It was about a lapse in attention, a failure of vigilance. I had let something in, or perhaps I had let something out, and now I could not close the door on it. The next 2 days were a lesson in stillness. I did not leave the house. I watched the street, the neighbors coming and going. I saw Mrs. Ainsley watering her petunias. I saw the woman with the bicycle loading her kids into the car. I saw the mailman, a different one, his arms full of catalogs and bills. They all moved with a purpose I could no longer comprehend. My only purpose was to wait. On the morning of the 3rd day, I was already in the kitchen before the sun was fully up. The coffee maker gurgled its same song. I stood at the window, my hands braced on the sink, watching the front step. The world was painted in the pale, diluted colors of dawn. The street was silent. Then a flicker of movement, a shift in the light, my breath hitched. But it was only a leaf skittering across the concrete in the breeze. I let out a long, slow breath, my shoulders aching with tension. This was the ritual now, not the quiet acceptance of a mystery, but the frantic anticipation of a verdict. The sun rose higher. The paperboy rode past on his bike, a bag of rolled-up news slung over his shoulder. He did not look at my house. A dog walker passed, normal life resuming. And then I saw it, not on the step, but tucked partly beneath the worn welcome mat, as if placed there with careful precision. A blue corner just visible. My heart did not pound, it seemed to stop altogether. This was a change, the location was different, the message was changing. I walked to the door, my movements slow and dreamlike. I unlocked it and stepped outside. The air was cool on my skin. I knelt, my knees pressing into the rough concrete. I did not pull the envelope free immediately. I just looked at it, this small blue intrusion. The shade was the same as the last one, that slightly faded hue. The tear was not there, the flap was sealed. I picked it up, it felt the same, cool, impersonal. I took it inside and placed it on the table next to the first one. I did not open it right away. I made a cup of coffee I would not drink. I sat and looked at the two envelopes side by side, one violated, one intact, a before and an after. Finally, I picked up the brass letter opener. Its weight was familiar, an anchor in the shifting sea of this new reality. I slid the tip under the flap and sliced it open in one clean motion. The sound was sharp in the quiet room. I pulled out the linen sheet, a single sentence typed with that same misaligned E. "You are looking in the wrong place." Asterisk, the words were a gut punch, a dismissal of my entire existence for the past year. You are looking in the wrong place. All my digging, my late nights with the file, my obsessive replaying of every interview and every step I took around his property, it was all worthless. A misdirection. Or worse, a performance for an audience I didn't know was watching. I stood up so quickly my chair scraped back with a jarring shriek. The wrong place. Where was the right place? Not his house, not his past. The answer had never been about him at all. It was here, in my house, in my head. My eyes swept the kitchen, truly seeing it for the first time in days. The crumbs on the counter, the faint ring from a coffee mug on the wood, the dust motes dancing in a slat of sunlight. This was the crime scene. I was the subject. The envelopes were not clues to his disappearance. They were a mirror held up to my own. I thought of the neighbor, her casual glance into my hallway, the block party flyer. Were they all part of it? A network of observers reporting back on my state of mind, my habits, my failures. Paranoia, cold and slick, coiled in my stomach. It felt true, truer than any of the official reports. I walked out of the kitchen and into the small living room. My gaze fell on the bookshelf, crammed with my notebooks and reference texts. The wrong place. I pulled one out at random, a binder filled with photocopies of public records. I flipped through it, the pages a blur of official stamps and dense text. Nothing. It was all nothing. Driven by a new, frantic energy, I moved through the ground floor of my house, my heart hammering against my ribs. I looked at the mundane artifacts of my life as if they were hieroglyphics in a tomb. The stack of mail on the console table, the coat hanging on the rack, the faded rug in the hallway. Was there a secret here, a message I had missed? I ended up back at the front door. I stared at the welcome mat at the spot where the second envelope had been hidden. You are looking in the wrong place. The thought arrived, fully formed and icy calm. The right place is where they are delivered. The right place is the step itself. I unlocked the door and stepped outside. I ignored the envelope inside. I knelt on the cold concrete of the front step, running my hands over its surface. It was just concrete, gritty and unyielding. I lifted the welcome mat. Underneath was a collection of dried leaves and a single dead pill bug, nothing else. Frustration bubbled up hot and sharp. Was I supposed to dig, to tear up the step with my bare hands? This was insane. I was deciphering a riddle with no answer, set by a ghost. I stood up, brushing the dirt from my knees. My eyes lifted, scanning the street, the houses, the empty, mocking normality of it all. And then I saw it, my mailbox. It was a standard black metal box on a post at the end of my short walkway. I checked it every day without fail, always in the afternoon after the mail truck had passed. It was part of the routine, a chore. I never thought about it. The envelopes were never in it. They were always on the step, a separate delivery. You are looking in the wrong place. I walked down the path, my steps slow and heavy. The mailbox door was closed. I reached out, my hand hesitating for a moment before I lifted the metal flag and pulled the small door open. It wasn't empty. Inside, nestled between a folded grocery store circular and a gas bill, was another blue envelope. My breath left me in a rush. It had been here all along, sitting in plain sight, waiting for me to break my own routine. This was the test. It wasn't about memory. It was about pattern. I was a creature of habit, and they knew it. They had always known it. The step was the decoy, the dramatic flourish. The mailbox was the quiet, practical reality. I pulled the envelope out. It was identical to the others. The same weight, the same feel. I didn't open it there on the street. I carried it back inside, a prisoner accepting my daily bread. I placed it on the table with the other two, a trio of blue accusations. I didn't need to open it to know what it would say. It would be another simple, devastating sentence about me, another correction, another twist of the knife. The story was gone. He was gone. There was only this now, this endless, silent conversation between me and the part of myself I had forgotten, the part that had left the gate open, the part that had been looking in the wrong place all along. I picked up the new envelope. I didn't reach for the letter opener. I just held it, feeling its weight, knowing that the next sentence was already written and that I would have no choice but to read it. The coffee in my cup was cold. I had been holding the envelope for minutes, or maybe an hour. Time had become soft and unreliable. I finally slid my thumb under the flap. It came open easily, without resistance. The linen sheet inside felt exactly the same. I unfolded it. The sentence was shorter this time, only 3 words. Check the window. A cold numbness spread from my core to my fingertips. The window, which window? There were so many. The kitchen window above the sink, where I spent my mornings staring out. The living room window that framed the maple tree. The bedroom windows upstairs. My eyes were drawn irresistibly to the kitchen window. It was just a square of glass, showing the familiar view of my fence and the alley beyond. I walked toward it, my steps echoing in the silent house. I stopped a foot away, not wanting to get too close. I scanned the frame, the sill, the glass itself. There was nothing there. No mark, no smudge, no message etched into the dust. Then my gaze shifted, focusing past my own reflection into the world outside. The alley, the fence, my own backyard, and I saw it. From this angle, from this specific vantage point, I had a perfect view of my own back gate. The gate I had checked and rechecked. The gate I now never left unlocked. They weren't just telling me where to look, they were telling me from where to look. They were standing in my kitchen, watching my life through my own window. The sender wasn't just outside, they were inside. They had been inside. I turned slowly, my back to the window, and looked at my kitchen. The table, the chairs, the coffee maker. It was all the same, and it was all different. The space was violated. I thought of the misplaced pen, the book I could never find, the faint scent of an unfamiliar soap I had sometimes caught and dismissed. I had blamed my own forgetfulness, the clutter of a preoccupied mind. I walked to the desk and pulled out the file, my hands trembling. I spread the contents on the floor, a chaotic mosaic of my failure. Photographs, maps, my own frantic notes. I was looking for something I had never thought to look for before. Not evidence about him, but evidence about my own life during that time. Receipts, scribbled reminders, anything that could tell me where I had been, what I had been doing, who might have had access to this house. Buried under a stack of interview transcripts was a small, crumpled gas station receipt from a town 40 miles away, dated the day after the last official sighting of him. I had driven out there to follow a lead, a waste of a day that had yielded nothing. I had been gone for nearly 12 hours. 12 hours, plenty of time for someone to come in, to learn the patterns of my house, to copy a key. The truth was no longer a puzzle to be solved. It was a presence. It was in the walls, in the locks, in the very air I breathed. The next envelope wouldn't be delivered to the step or the mailbox. It would be waiting for me on my pillow or leaning against the toothpaste tube. It was only a matter of time. The story was no longer about a man who vanished. It was about a man who was being meticulously, inexorably erased, and the person who was being forced to take his place. I sat on the floor, surrounded by the paper ghosts of my old life, and waited for the walls to speak again. The vent cover was cold against my fingers. It was in the hallway ceiling, a simple grid of white metal I had never once considered in all the years I had lived here. The air from the furnace whispered through it, a constant, unnoticed breath. I stood on the stool, my body trembling not from the height, but from the certainty that had settled over me. This was the wrong place I was now meant to check. I pushed at the cover. It gave way easily, swinging upward on a small hinge I never knew existed. The darkness within was absolute, a black rectangle smelling of dust and insulated wire. I reached a hand in, my fingers probing the gritty surface of a joist, brushing against the stiff, foil-wrapped bulk of a duct. I swept my hand blindly, side to side, my heart a dull, painful thud in my chest. Then my fingertips brushed against something that was not wood, nor metal, nor insulation. It was small, smooth, and cold. I closed my fingers around it and drew it out into the light. It was a key, not a new one, but an old, tarnished brass key, the kind that might open a long-forgotten diary or a small jewelry box. There was no tag, no marking of any kind. It lay in my palm, a perfect, alien artifact from the secret history of my own home. I climbed down from the stool, my legs unsteady. The key felt heavy, charged with a meaning I could not grasp. What lock did it belong to? I had no boxes, no chests, no hidden compartments that I knew of. It was an answer that posed a deeper, more maddening question. I walked through the house again, this time with the key clenched in my fist. I tried it on every lock I could find. The desk drawer, the old trunk in the spare room, the small, useless cupboard built into the bedroom wall. None of them fit. The key was a stranger here. Exhaustion finally overwhelmed me, a thick, syrupy tide that pulled me down onto the living room sofa. I must have slept because the next thing I knew, the room was dark and a sound had woken me. It was a soft, scraping noise from the front of the house. Not on the step, not at the mailbox. It was closer. It was at the door. I did not move. I lay perfectly still, my eyes fixed on the narrow strip of darkness beneath the front door. A shadow moved there, blocking the faint light from the street lamp. Then a different sound, a faint metallic rattle, the sound of a key, my key, being inserted into the lock. The doorknob turned slowly, silently. The door did not burst open. It simply began to swing inward, revealing a sliver of the dark porch and the figure standing there. I could not see a face, only a silhouette, but I knew. It was the woman from across the street, the one with the bicycle. She did not look friendly now. She looked like she was coming home. She took a single step inside, and then she paused, her head tilting as if she sensed my wakefulness in the sleeping air of the house. I held my breath, my body frozen. After a moment, she continued inward, closing the door behind her with a quiet, final click. She did not turn on the light. She knew her way in the dark. She moved past the living room doorway without a glance in my direction. I heard her footsteps, light and sure, heading toward the kitchen. The refrigerator door opened, casting a weak, rectangular light into the hall for a moment before shutting. The familiar sound of the kettle being filled followed. She was making tea in my kitchen. I slowly, silently pushed myself up from the sofa. My joints ached from tension. I crept to the doorway and peered down the hall. The kitchen light was on now, and I could see her back. She was leaning against the counter, waiting for the water to boil as if she had done it 1,000 times. I must have made a sound, a shift in the floorboards, because she spoke without turning around. Her voice was calm, conversational. "You found the key. It wasn't a question. I stepped into the hallway. Who are you? She turned then, her face composed, her eyes holding a depth of familiarity that made my skin crawl. I'm the one who closed the gate, she said, after you left it open. The world tilted. The sentence from the first envelope, the one that had started all this, took on a new, horrifying meaning. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact, a correction. The man who lived here before you, she said, picking up the whistling kettle and pouring water into a mug. He was not a careful man. He left many things open, gates, windows. She paused, looking at me over her shoulder. Files. My breath caught the file, my file on the missing man. He needed watching, she continued, stirring her tea. And when he vanished, we had to be sure. We had to know if you were like him, if you would see the open gates. You didn't. You just closed them and thought you were safe. I asked, my voice a dry rasp. She ignored me, carrying her mug to the kitchen table and sitting in my chair. She gestured for me to sit opposite her. I remained standing. You were looking for a mystery, she said, taking a sip. A grand conspiracy, but there is no mystery. There is only maintenance, weeding. We are the gardeners, and this street is our plot. We keep the gates closed. She reached into the pocket of her jacket and placed another blue envelope on the table between us. This is the last one. I stared at it, then at her. What does it say? It says the gate is closed. She gave a small, thin smile. It's an invitation. You have passed the inspection. You are vigilant. You are paranoid. You are perfect. My mind raced, connecting the terrible dots. The missing man. He hadn't been careful. He had seen something or failed to see something, and he had been weeded out. And I had been chosen to replace him, tested for my suitability through a campaign of psychological terror. This is insane, I whispered. Is it? She asked, her voice still terribly reasonable. Look around. The street is quiet. The lawns are neat. The children are safe. There are no surprises here. Because of us, we watch, we maintain, and now you will too. She pushed the envelope toward me. The key you found opens the shed in the Johnsons' backyard. Inside, you will find the logs, the observations. You will take the next watch on Tuesday. Mrs. Ainsley will brief you. Mrs. Ainsley, the woman with the petunias. It was all true. The entire street was in on it. A silent, smiling neighborhood watch that didn't just watch for criminals, but for anyone who threatened their perfect, controlled order. I looked at the blue envelope. I looked at this woman sitting in my kitchen. The fight drained out of me, replaced by a cold, heavy understanding. There was no escaping this. The gate was not just in the backyard, it was the boundary of this life, and I was now permanently on the inside. I picked up the envelope. My hand was steady. The last sentence had been written, and I was the one who would have to live it. The envelope felt heavier than all the others combined. I didn't open it. I already knew what it contained, not just the words, but the weight of the commitment. The woman I still didn't know her name finished her tea and stood up. She rinsed the mug and placed it neatly in the dish rack, a gesture of domestic ownership that was more threatening than any weapon. She walked to the door and paused, her hand on the knob. Tuesday, sunset, don't be late. Then she was gone, merging back into the shadows of the night from which she came. I didn't move for a long time. The silence of the house was different now. It was no longer empty. It was occupied by this new truth. I looked at my hands, the hands that had sifted through files and pounded on doors in search of a truth that was never there. Now they would hold logs. They would write down the movements of my neighbors. They would become the instruments of the very machine that had broken me. When the sun rose, I went outside. The morning was crisp and normal. Mr. Henderson was retrieving his newspaper. He gave me a small, knowing nod. It wasn't a friendly greeting. It was an acknowledgement, a confirmation. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I walked to the back of my yard and looked at the Johnsons' shed. It was a simple, weathered structure I had seen 1,000 times. Now it looked like a tomb. The key was in my pocket. I didn't go to it, not yet. I needed to feel the sun on my face for a little while longer, to pretend for a few more hours that I was still the man I had been. But that man was gone. He had vanished as completely as the one he had been searching for. On Tuesday evening, as the sun bled orange behind the rooftops, I crossed my lawn and unlocked the Johnsons' shed. The key turned smoothly. Inside, it was not filled with gardening tools or old bicycles. It was stark. A single small desk and a chair faced a narrow, tinted window that looked out onto the street. On the desk sat a thick, leather-bound ledger and a pen. I sat down. I opened the ledger. The pages were filled with neat, meticulous script noting times, dates, observations. A delivery driver taking too long. A teenager out past curfew. An argument between a couple that spilled onto their front lawn. It was all here. The boring, mundane details of life transformed into intelligence. I picked up the pen. It was cold in my hand. I looked out the window. I saw Mrs. Ainsley watering her petunias. She did not look toward the shed. She didn't need to. She knew I was in here. I was one of them now. I turned to a fresh page. I saw a man walking his dog, a stranger I didn't recognize. I noted the time. I described his jacket. I watched him until he turned the corner and disappeared from view. The gate was closed, and I was the one standing watch. The pen felt heavier than any tool I had ever held. My first entry was brief, just a few words describing the man and his dog. The ink was a dark, permanent blue, not unlike the envelopes. I closed the ledger and sat for a long time in the growing dark, listening to the sounds of the street settling into night. A car door slammed. The distant television played a laugh track. It all sounded so ordinary, but I knew now that every sound was a note in a song I was being forced to learn. When I finally left the shed, locking it behind me, the street was quiet. I walked back to my house, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. It was a forward operating base, a piece of territory held by the organization I had just joined. I went inside and straight to the file on my missing person. I didn't open it. I carried it to the fireplace, the one I never used, and placed it inside on the grate. I lit a match and dropped it on the corner of the topmost page. The flames caught quickly, eating through the photographs, the maps, my own desperate handwriting. I watched as the face of the man I had been searching for curled and blackened, dissolving into smoke and ash. He was gone, and the man who had looked for him was gone too. There was only the man who watched the street, who kept the gates closed. The next day I saw the woman with the bicycle. She was walking, not riding, and she stopped at my fence. We looked at each other for a moment, two neighbors sharing a quiet morning. No words passed between us. None were needed. She smiled, a small, tight smile, and then continued on her way. I went back to trimming my hedges, the perfect homeowner, the perfect watchman. I knew I would never receive another blue envelope. I was the envelope now, and the message was my life. The coffee in my cup the next morning tasted different. It was the same brand, the same mug, but the ritual had changed. I drank it standing at the kitchen window, my eyes automatically scanning the alley, the gates, the quiet backyards. I was no longer just looking, I was assessing. I saw old Mr. Peterson struggling with his garbage can, and my first thought was not to go help him, but to note the time he was outside his house, exposed. The thought arrived fully formed, a cold, clinical assessment that felt both alien and instinctive. A dog barked a sharp, repetitive sound from 2 houses down. Before I would have tuned it out. Now I found myself counting the barks, noting the duration, analyzing the tone for any sign of distress or alarm. It was just a dog, but it was also data. My mind, once a chaotic archive of a single obsession, was being ruthlessly retrained. The shelves were being cleared and restocked with new, more practical information. I did not go to the grocery store that afternoon. I realized with a quiet shock that I was afraid to leave my post for too long. What if something happened while I was gone? What if I missed a crucial detail? The fear of the consequences, left carefully unspoken by the woman with the bicycle, was a more effective prison than any lock. That evening I saw the new family moving into the house on the corner, the one that had been vacant for a month. They had a minivan and a little girl with bright red shoes. I watched the father carry a box inside, his face open and hopeful. I felt a pang of something that might have been pity, but it was quickly smothered by a colder, more professional curiosity. I wondered how long it would take for them to notice the patterns, to feel the gentle, inexorable pressure of the neighborhood. I wondered what their test would be. I went inside and opened my own notebook, a plain, black composition book I had bought that day. I wrote down the time I saw them arrive, the make of their car, the number of boxes I could count. It was not an assignment, it was practice. I was learning the language of my new life, a language of observation and quiet control. The blue envelopes were gone, but their instructions were now written in the air, in the locked shed, in the very structure of my days. I was not just reading the story anymore. I was writing it. The red shoes of the little girl became a beacon in my peripheral vision for the next week. I found myself noting her movements, the times she played in the yard, the routes her mother took on their walks. It was automatic, a background process running in my mind alongside the constant, low hum of vigilance. My old life felt like a book I had read long ago, the plot details growing fuzzy and irrelevant. On Thursday, a plain, unmarked van parked 3 doors down from the new family. It stayed for 4 hours. I was in my kitchen, preparing a meal I would not taste when I saw it. My body went still. I didn't need to be told. I knew this was a test, a pop quiz from my new instructors. I went to the living room and picked up the black composition book. I wrote down the van's description, the time of arrival, and the license plate number from memory. My handwriting was calm and even. Later, as I took out the trash, I saw Mrs. Ainsley. She was weeding her flower bed, her knees protected by a small cushion. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second. I gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. She returned to her weeding, but the satisfaction in the set of her shoulders was unmistakable. I had passed. The van was gone by the evening. I never learned what it was for or who was in it. It didn't matter. The purpose was the observation itself, the act of noting the anomaly. That was the core of the maintenance. That night I dreamt of the key. In the dream, I was trying to use it to unlock my own front door, but the lock had changed, morphing into a complex, shifting mechanism that the key would not fit. I woke up with a start, the feeling of cold brass still vivid against my fingers. The house was silent. I got out of bed and walked to the hallway, looking up at the vent cover. It was just a vent again. The mystery was solved, and in its place was a duty that was far more binding than any lock. I went to the window and looked out at the sleeping street. It cast long, familiar shadows. Everything was in its place. Everything was calm. I was the man who ensured it stayed that way. The man who had once wanted answers was now the one who made sure the questions were never asked. The silence was no longer a threat. It was a measure of my success. Story 2. The vehicle was located at mile marker 37, its engine cold and the driver's side door open. The interior was orderly, with 2 sets of personal effects documented on the passenger seat and in the rear footwell. The keys were in the ignition in the off position. A single cup of coffee was secured in the center console holder, half full and cooled to ambient temperature. The fuel gauge indicated a half tank. The registration and insurance documents were present in the glove compartment. A 3rd set of belongings, a backpack and a light jacket, was logged in the initial report but was not present at the scene. All doors were found locked except the one left open. I knew it was over when I read those words, not because they explained anything, but because they didn't. The cold coffee, the open door, these were not clues, but absences, hollow spaces where meaning should have been. It began long before that, of course, with the salt air and the sound of waves crashing against rocks, with the way the light reflected off the water at certain hours, casting everything in a pale, uncertain glow. But now, sitting here, I can only trace it back to that vehicle, to the stillness of it all, and how everything since has felt like an echo. I remember when the suspicion started, not as a thought but as a feeling, a subtle shift in the atmosphere like the change in pressure before a storm. We were driving, the three of us, along the coastal road that wound its way toward the sea. The windows were down and the breeze carried the scent of brine and damp sand. He was in the passenger seat, quiet, his gaze fixed on the horizon, while she sat in the back, humming a tune I couldn't place. I watched them in the rearview mirror, their faces illuminated by the dashboard lights, and for a moment I felt a chill, as if I were seeing them from a great distance. The coffee in my cup was still warm then, steam rising in delicate curls that vanished into the air. I took a sip, and the bitterness lingered on my tongue, a taste I would come to associate with that day, with the unspoken words between us. There were other moments, fragments that returned to me now in no particular order. The way he tightened his grip on the door handle when we passed mile marker 37, his knuckles white, though I didn't think anything of it at the time. Or how she leaned forward once to adjust the vent, her sleeve brushing against my arm, and I felt a sudden, inexplicable tension, like a wire pulled taut. We stopped once to look at the sea, the waves rolling in with a rhythmic certainty that felt comforting, yet beneath it I sensed something else, a restless energy that mirrored my own unease. He took a photograph of the water, but when I saw it later it was blurred, the horizon line crooked, as if the world had tilted slightly. As the days passed, I began to piece things together, or perhaps I only imagined I did. The logical part of my mind insisted on order, on facts, but my thoughts drifted, merging past and present into a single, continuous loop. I replayed conversations, searching for hidden meanings in ordinary phrases. "The weather is turning," he had said, and I wondered if he meant the sky or something else. She mentioned a dream she'd had about being lost on a boat, and I saw it as a sign, though of what I couldn't say. I examined the photograph again, noticing a shadow in the corner that might have been a figure or just a trick of the light. Each time I revisited these moments, they changed, gaining new significance, losing old ones, until I no longer trusted my own memories. I returned to that drive often, obsessively, tracing the route in my mind. Sometimes I imagine it differently. He is the one driving, and I am in the back, watching the road unfold behind us. Other times she is beside me, and her humming is not a melody but a warning. I see the coffee cup half full, and I think about how it was left behind, how everything was left behind except for that backpack and jacket. Why were they missing? Did she take them, or were they never there to begin with? I recall the feel of the steering wheel under my hands, the vibration of the engine, the way the car hummed along the pavement, but these sensations blur with the sound of the sea until I can't tell where the road ends and the water begins. Each retelling adds a layer, a new doubt, and the truth becomes something fluid, elusive, like the tide receding from the shore. Now, as I sit here, the image of that vehicle returns to me, unchanged and yet entirely different. The cold engine, the open door, the half-full coffee, they are no longer just details in a report, but symbols of something I can never grasp. The sea is nearby. I can hear it in the distance, a constant murmur that reminds me of what was lost and what remains. And in the quiet, I realize that the mystery was never about what happened, but about why I keep circling back to it, why the sound of the waves and the sight of an empty car have become one and the same, a loop without beginning or end. The missing backpack, a dark blue canvas worn at the straps, became the focal point of my circling thoughts. I had seen it that morning, shoved into the footwell behind the passenger seat, a bulky shape against the faded carpet. He had packed it himself, I was sure of that, stuffing in a sweater and a book, his movements brisk and efficient. But now it was gone, and with it, the light jacket she had worn against the morning chill. Their absence was a louder statement than any of the items left behind. It suggested preparation, a deliberate choice, and it singled me out as the one who had been left, the one whose belongings remained untouched on the passenger seat. I started driving the coastal road again, at first in the daylight, then, as my compulsion grew, in the dim hours of dusk. I would park near mile marker 37, engine off, and just watch the sea. The sound of the waves was a constant, grinding roar, and the salt spray would sometimes miss the windshield, blurring the world outside. I tried to imagine the moment the door had opened. Did he step out first, or did she? Was it a coordinated move, a silent agreement made miles back, or was it a sudden, impulsive leap? I pictured the coffee in its holder, swaying slightly from the momentum of the stopped car, then settling into its final, half-full state. One evening, as the fog rolled in, thick and cold, I thought I saw a figure walking along the water's edge. My heart hammered against my ribs. The shape was vague, little more than a darker gray against the mist, but it moved with a purpose I recognized. I got out of the car, the damp air immediately clinging to my skin, and called out a name, but the wind snatched the sound away. I started walking toward the sea, my shoes sinking into the wet sand. The figure receded, always just at the limit of my vision, until it dissolved completely into the wall of fog. I was left alone with the sound of my own breathing and the relentless tide. I knew it was a trick of the light, a manifestation of my own longing, but the encounter felt more real to me than the cold, hard facts of the police report. It was in that moment I understood they were not coming back, not because they were gone, but because they had chosen to become part of the landscape, the salt and the fog and the endless, murmuring sea. And I was left with the key in the ignition, the cold coffee and the open door, a monument to a question that would never have an answer. The coffee cup became my next obsession. I went to the same roadside stand where I had bought it, ordered the same blend, and held the identical cardboard sleeve in my hand. The steam rose just as it had that day, but the smell was wrong, or maybe it was my memory that was faulty. I drank it anyway, sitting on the same weathered bench, and tried to pinpoint the exact moment the journey had veered off its intended path. Was it when she stopped humming? Was it when he failed to respond to a question I had asked about the route? The coffee was bitter, but it was a fresh bitterness, not the stale, flat taste of the dregs left in the car. I began to leave my own door unlocked at night, a silent invitation for an explanation to wander in. I would lie awake listening to the distant sea, imagining I could hear footsteps on the gravel path outside. Sometimes I would get up and check, but there was only ever the empty street, the sodium glow of the street lights, and the oppressive quiet of a sleeping town. My own home started to feel like the vehicle, a contained space where something significant had departed, leaving only the echo of its presence. I found myself at the police station, asking to see the evidence photos again. The detective, a patient man with tired eyes, laid them out on a table. There was the car, the open door, a black mouth, the interior neat and sterile under the camera's flash. I stared at the image of the passenger seat, at my own things sitting there, a wallet and a paperback novel. They looked like artifacts from someone else's life. I asked if there had been any sightings, any activity on their credit cards. He shook his head slowly. It was as if they had stepped out of the car and directly into another dimension. The truth I finally admitted on another drive to the coast was that I would never know. The mystery was not a puzzle to be solved, but a room I was now required to live in. The sound of the waves was the sound of the engine, the open door was the view from my window, and the cold coffee was the taste of my own mornings. I had become the curator of their absence, and in doing so I had begun to fade myself, my own outlines blurring against the persistent gray of the sea and the sky. I turned the car around and drove home, the empty passenger seat a constant, heavy weight in my peripheral vision. The key turned in my own lock with a definitive click, a sound that closed one door only to open onto the vast, silent expanse of a life forever altered by a single, unanswered question. The next morning I poured my coffee into a mug I had never used before, a plain white one from the back of the cupboard. I did not sit at the kitchen table, but stood at the counter, drinking it quickly while looking out at the overcast sky. The ritual of the familiar had become a trap, a series of actions designed to conjure a ghost that would not appear. I had to break the sequence. Later, I went to the garage and opened the car door, letting the stale, enclosed air wash over me. I leaned in and slowly, deliberately, retrieved my wallet and the book from the passenger seat. They felt alien in my hands, charged with a significance I did not want. I put them in a drawer inside the house, a small act of reclamation that felt more like a surrender. A week passed, or perhaps it was two. Time had developed a soft, blurry edge. I found myself in a bookstore, my fingers trailing over the spines of novels, and I realized I was looking for the tune she had been humming. It was a ridiculous, hopeless endeavor, but it felt more productive than staring at the sea. I listened to snippets of music on my phone, old folk songs and half-remembered lullabies, but nothing matched the fragmented melody in my head. The bookseller, a young woman with kind eyes, asked if I needed help. I shook my head, unable to explain that I was searching for a song that may have never existed outside of a single moment in a moving car. That night the rain came, a steady drumming on the roof that drowned out the distant sea. I thought of them out there wherever they were, and I hoped they were dry. The thought was automatic, a relic of a caring past, and it surprised me with its tenderness. I had been so consumed by the mechanics of the disappearance that I had forgotten to miss them as people. The anger and the confusion had been a shield against a simpler, more profound grief. Now, sitting in the quiet of the rain, I let the shield drop. I didn't cry, I just sat in the dark and allowed the absence to fill the room, a solid, tangible thing. The question was still there, of course, the great unanswered why, but its edges were less sharp. It was no longer a knife, but a stone, heavy and smooth from being turned over and over in my hand. The rain eventually eased, and in the new quiet I heard the faint, returning whisper of the waves, a sound that was no longer an accusation, but merely a fact of the geography I inhabited. The following day I did not drive to the coast. Instead, I walked to the library, a place I had not visited in years. The silence inside was different from the silence of my house. It was an expectant hush, filled with the soft rustle of pages and the faint scent of old paper. I found myself in the geography section, pulling down atlases and tracing the coastline with my finger. I was not looking for them anymore. I was looking for the place itself, the specific curve of the land at mile marker 37, as if understanding the geography could explain the psychology of the event. I studied tidal charts and historical maps, learning about currents and shipwrecks, and for a few hours, the puzzle of their disappearance was replaced by the simpler, more solvable puzzles of the physical world. On my way home, I took a different route, one that bypassed the view of the water. I noticed a small park I had always meant to visit, and on an impulse, I went in. I sat on a bench beneath a large, leafy tree and watched children playing on a swing set. Their shouts and laughter were sharp and immediate, a stark contrast to the muffled roar of the sea that had been my constant soundtrack. A woman sitting nearby smiled at me, a simple, neutral gesture of shared space. I realized it was the first time in weeks I had been looked at as just another person, not as the keeper of a terrible and fascinating secret. That night I dreamt of the car, but it was different. In the dream, I was the one in the back seat, watching the back of my own head as I drove. He was in the passenger seat, and he turned around and looked at me, not with guilt or sorrow, but with a kind of calm finality. He didn't speak, but the message was clear. It was not about me. It was a choice they had made for reasons of their own, a path they had to walk without me. I woke up not with a start, but slowly, the dream receding like a tide, leaving behind a strange sediment of peace. The next time I got in my car, I did not think about the coastal road. I drove to the market and bought groceries for the week, carefully selecting fruits and vegetables, considering meals I might cook. I saw the dark blue backpack on a teenager walking ahead of me, and the sight was just a sight, a coincidence, not a sign. When I got back home, I put the groceries away, and then I opened the drawer where I had placed my things from the passenger seat. I took out the paperback novel, smoothed its creased cover, and placed it on the bedside table. I did not start reading it. I just let it sit there, an object returning to its ordinary life. The question was still in the room, but the room had grown larger, and other things were finding their way in. The following Thursday, I received a postcard. It was not in the mailbox, but tucked into the frame of the front door, a square of faded blue showing a lighthouse I didn't recognize. There was no stamp, no postmark, no address, just my name, written in a hand that was neither his nor hers. On the back, a single sentence was written in the same unfamiliar ink. The sea does not keep what it takes. I turned the card over and over in my hands, feeling the slight texture of the paper, the sharp corners. It should have sent me spiraling back into the obsession, back to the coast and the police station. But instead, a peculiar calm settled over me. It was an answer of a kind. Not the one I wanted, but a confirmation that the story was, in fact, over. They were with the sea now, whether literally or metaphorically, and my vigil was done. I placed the postcard on the mantel, not as a shrine, but as a marker, a period at the end of a long, run-on sentence. That afternoon, I cleaned the car thoroughly for the first time since it had been returned to me. I vacuumed the sand from the floors and wiped down the dashboard. When I was finished, I rolled down all the windows and let the fresh, landlocked air sweep through it, carrying away the last lingering scent of salt and regret. The passenger seat felt different the next time I got in the car. It was just a seat again, a place for someone to sit, not a relic or a shrine. I drove to a town 40 miles inland to see a movie, something I had not done in a long time. I did not recognize anyone in the theater, and no one recognized me. It was a relief. In the dark, with the images flickering on the screen, I was just another face, my story unknown and unimportant. When the film ended, I walked out into the evening and the air smelled of cut grass and exhaust, a mundane and comforting combination. I stopped at a diner on the way home, sliding into a vinyl booth. A waitress brought me a menu and a glass of water. She had a tired smile and a small tattoo of a bird on her wrist. I ordered a slice of pie and coffee. When she brought it, the coffee was hot and fresh. I took a sip and held it in my mouth. It was just coffee. The bitterness was there, but it was simple and clean, without the ghost of another taste layered beneath it. I ate the pie and watched the cars go by on the road outside, their headlights cutting through the growing dark. When I arrived home, the house was quiet, but the quiet was no longer an accusation. It was just silence. I looked at the postcard on the mantel, its message no longer a cryptic warning, but a simple statement of fact. The sea does not keep what it takes, and neither, I was learning, do we. We only keep the space where it was, and eventually that space becomes something new. I went to bed and slept through the night, and when I woke, the sound of the waves was just a sound, a part of the morning and not the whole of it. The day awaited, ordinary and full of small, possible things. The grocery list was still on the counter the next morning, a short column of my own handwriting. I studied it for a moment, then added whiskey at the bottom, not because I particularly wanted it, but because I could. The act felt rebellious, a small declaration of a self that was not entirely defined by that one afternoon. At the store, I moved through the aisles with a new focus, comparing prices, checking for ripeness. I was in the produce section, weighing a tomato in my hand, when I heard a fragment of a song from the store speakers. It was a folk tune, a woman's voice accompanied by a single guitar, and the melody tugged at a vague memory. It wasn't her song, not the one from the car, but it was close enough in spirit to make me pause. I stood there, tomato in hand, and simply listened until the song faded into a jingle for a bank commercial. Then I placed the tomato in my cart and moved on. The memory was a soft echo, not a siren's call. On the drive home, I took the route that offered a brief, panoramic view of the sea. It was there, vast and gray and beautiful, and I acknowledged its presence without feeling the need to stop. I kept driving, the groceries shifting slightly in the trunk with each turn, a mundane sound of a life in motion. When I pulled into my driveway, the first thing I did was not look toward the coast, but at the house itself, noting the gutter that needed cleaning. I carried the bags inside, one by one, and the world did not end. The door closed behind me with a soft, final click, and I was home. The whiskey sat on the shelf for a week. I would see it there when I reached for a coffee mug, a dark, silent presence. Finally, one evening, I poured a small amount into a glass. I didn't drink it right away. I just held it, watching the light from the window catch the amber liquid. The smell was sharp and peaty, nothing like the salt air. I took a sip, and the warmth of it spread through my chest, a different kind of heat than the sun or the shame had ever provided. It was a new sensation, and I welcomed it. I started taking walks in the park regularly. I learned the names of some of the regulars. The woman who smiled was named Clara, and she often walked a small, terrier-like dog. We began to exchange a few words about the weather, the state of the flower beds. It was not a deep friendship, but it was a connection, a thread tying me to the world of the living. One afternoon, she mentioned a community woodworking class at the local adult education center. On a whim, I signed up. The feel of the wood under my hands was a revelation. The sawdust smell, the focus required to make a straight cut, the gradual emergence of a shape from a formless block of pine, it demanded my entire attention. There was no room for the sound of the waves and the high whine of the table saw. My first project was a simple birdhouse, clumsy and uneven. I was proud of it. I hung it from the tree in my backyard and waited for tenants. Months later, I was in the workshop, sanding the edge of a small bookshelf, when the instructor, a man named Eli, asked me about the car I drove. He'd seen the old model in the parking lot and was a fan. We talked about engines for a while, and it was easy. A conversation about mechanical things, about fuel lines and carburetors, subjects that had clear answers and solutions. He asked if I wanted to grab a beer sometime and talk more about restoring the old thing. I said yes. Sitting across from him in a noisy bar, the postcard and the sea felt like part of a story I had read long ago, a sad and beautiful novel I had finally closed. I told him in simple terms that I had lost some people a while back. He nodded, his eyes kind, and said he was sorry to hear it. He didn't press for details, and I didn't offer any. The conversation moved on to the best way to repair a rusted fender. Later, walking to our cars, the night air was cool and filled with the sounds of the town. I realized I had not thought about the coast once all evening. The sea was still there, of course, but it was no longer the center of my map. It was just water at the edge of everything. The next morning, I woke to the sound of chirping outside my window. A pair of sparrows had discovered the birdhouse, their busy movements a small delight in the quiet dawn. I lay there for a while just listening before getting up to start the day. The woodworking class had given me a reason to look forward to Tuesdays, and today I was planning to buy better sandpaper for the bookshelf. I drove to the hardware store, and as I parked, I saw Eli's truck already there. He was inside, examining a set of chisels, and he waved me over. We ended up browsing the aisles together, discussing the merits of different wood stains. It was easy, this camaraderie, a simple pleasure I had almost forgotten. Later, as I loaded my purchases into the car, I noticed a smudge of sawdust on my sleeve, and I brushed it off without thinking, a gesture that felt normal and right. The car itself felt different now, less like a relic and more like a tool, a means to get to places I wanted to be. That evening, I worked on the bookshelf in my garage, the radio playing softly in the background. A song came on that I hadn't heard in years, and I found myself humming along, my hands moving in rhythm with the music. The tune was unfamiliar at first, then it settled into a comfortable groove, and I realized I was creating a new memory, one that belonged only to me. The sharp grief had softened into a dull ache, a presence I could live with, like an old scar that no longer pains but reminds you that you have healed. The wind picked up as I walked, rustling the leaves in the trees along the sidewalk. It was a dry, landlocked sound, and I found I preferred it to the constant, damp murmur of the sea. I passed a man repairing his fence, and he nodded a greeting. I nodded back. The simple exchange felt like a skill I was relearning. When I returned home, I went to the mirror in the hallway, something I had avoided for a long time. The person looking back was older, the lines around his eyes more deeply etched, but his gaze was clear. He was a man who had lost something profound, but he was still there. He was a man who built birdhouses and was learning to sand wood properly. He was someone who could say yes to a beer. It was not the person I was before, but it was a person I could recognize. I went into the kitchen and made a sandwich, and I ate it at the table, looking out at the backyard where the sparrows were still busy. The empty chair across from me was just a chair. The sandwich was good, the bread fresh, and the lettuce crisp. I washed the plate and set it in the drainer, then stood for a moment, unsure what to do next. The uncertainty was no longer frightening, it was just the shape of an afternoon. I decided to go back to the garage and work on the bookshelf some more. The sandpaper I had bought was finer, and it made the wood smooth as skin. As I worked, I thought about what I might build next. A small table, perhaps, something useful. The phone rang, a sound that still startled me sometimes. It was Eli asking if I wanted to help him with a project at his place over the weekend. He was building a shed and needed an extra pair of hands. I said I would, and after I hung up, I felt a small surge of purpose. The days were beginning to fill up with these small commitments, these threads weaving me back into the fabric of a community. Later, I took a walk as the sun began to set, the sky turning a soft orange. I passed the park where Clara often walked her dog, but she wasn't there today. It didn't matter. The bench was there, and I sat for a while watching the light fade. When I got home, the house was dark and cool. I turned on a lamp and picked up the paperback from the bedside table. I opened it to the first page and began to read. The words were just words, and the story was someone else's, and that was fine. I read until my eyes grew heavy, then I marked my place and turned out the light. The sound of the waves was there in the distance, but it was like the hum of a distant appliance, a noise you learn to live with until you hardly notice it at all. The stain was a rich oak color, and it brought out the grain of the pine in a way that surprised me. I applied it carefully in the garage, the smell of it sharp and chemical, a far cry from the sea air. As I worked, I thought about the books I would place on the shelves, not as remnants of a life before, but as stories I might choose to explore anew. The next day, I drove to a second-hand bookstore and wandered the aisles, letting my interests guide me. I picked up a history of woodworking and a novel by an author I'd never heard of. At the counter, the clerk commented on my choices, and we had a brief conversation about favorite books. It was easy and light, and I left feeling connected to a wider world of ideas. Later that week, I helped Eli finish the shed. We stood back to admire our work, a sturdy, square structure that would house his gardening tools. He clapped me on the shoulder and said, "We make a good team." The words settled in me warm and solid. On the way home, I stopped at the market and bought a steak and 2 potatoes. I invited Eli over for dinner, and he accepted. We ate at my kitchen table, and the conversation flowed from woodworking to movies to past travels. I did not mention the sea or the postcard or the car. I talked about a trip I once took to the mountains, and the memory felt clean, untainted by what came after. After Eli left, I washed the dishes and looked out the window. The moon was out, casting a silver light on the yard. The birdhouse was a dark silhouette against the sky. I realized then that I had not thought about the disappearance for entire days at a time. The grief was still there, but it had settled into a quiet corner of my heart, no longer dictating my every move. I went to bed and slept deeply, and in the morning I made plans to build that small table I had been thinking about. The wood was waiting, and so was I. The maple table stood firmly by the chair, a testament to patience and care. I ran my hand over its surface, feeling the smooth finish I had applied with several coats of polyurethane. It was not perfect. A slight unevenness in one leg gave it character, a reminder that things made by hand carry the marks of their making. I decided to take a drive to the beach, not out of compulsion, but from a genuine desire to feel the sun on my face. The car started easily, and I rolled down the windows, letting the breeze flow through. As I drove, I passed the turnoff that led to the coastal road where it had happened, and I continued straight toward a different stretch of sand I had visited as a child. The parking lot was half empty, and I found a spot near the boardwalk. I walked across the warm sand and sat near the water's edge, not too close. The waves were gentle today, rolling in with a soft hiss. I watched families building sandcastles and couples walking hand in hand. The sea was still vast and powerful, but it no longer felt like a threat. It was just a part of the world, beautiful and indifferent. I stayed for an hour, then brushed the sand from my pants and drove home. The following week, Eli asked if I wanted to join a community garden project. I agreed, and we spent Saturday morning turning soil and planting seedlings. The dirt under my nails felt good, a connection to something growing and alive. On the way home, I stopped at the market and bought ingredients for a stew, something I hadn't made in years. The house filled with the smell of herbs and simmering broth, a warmth that seeped into the walls. One evening, I finally finished the novel. The last page turned, and I closed the book, feeling a sense of accomplishment. I placed it on the shelf next to the woodworking history, 2 volumes among others that would slowly accumulate. The empty spaces were filling up, not just with objects, but with moments and memories that were solely mine. I thought about the people I had lost, and the thought was accompanied by a quiet sadness, but also by gratitude for the time I had known them. It was no longer a wound, but a scar, integrated into the fabric of who I had become. The seasons turned and the air grew cooler. I bought a heavier coat and took walks in the park when the leaves began to change. Clara and I sometimes walked together, our conversations easy and ranging from trivial to profound. She told me about her son who lived overseas, and I shared a little about my past, not the painful parts, but the good memories that now felt safe to revisit. One day, she introduced me to a friend of hers who taught pottery classes. I signed up, curious to try something new. The first time I centered clay on the wheel, my hands were clumsy and the clay wobbled. But with practice, I learned to feel the balance, to apply just the right pressure. It was another way of shaping something from nothing, another way to be present. I made a lopsided bowl, glazed it in a deep blue, and gave it to Eli as a thank you for his friendship. He placed it on his windowsill, and it held a small succulent, a little piece of life thriving in something I had created. Life moved forward in these small, incremental ways. The sound of the waves became a memory I could recall without pain, and the postcard on the mantel gathered a thin layer of dust. I didn't wipe it away. It was part of the landscape now, like the tree in the yard or the birdhouse that had welcomed new families of sparrows. I continued to build things, to read, to connect with people, and each day felt like a step on a path I was choosing for myself. The past was behind me and the future was unwritten, full of ordinary possibilities that I looked forward to discovering. The bag of potting soil was heavier than I expected, and I shifted its weight in my arms as I walked out of the hardware store. The automatic doors slid shut behind me, cutting off the blast of air conditioning. I was fumbling for my keys when a voice called my name. It was Clara, holding a flat of pink impatience. We smiled, a little surprised to see each other outside the context of the park. She asked what I was planting, and I told her about the tomatoes I was attempting to grow in a container on my patio. She nodded approvingly and offered a tip about fertilizer. We stood there for a few minutes in the warm sun, two people with their hands in the dirt, sharing a simple moment. It was not a profound conversation, but it was real. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw her loading her flowers into her car, a solitary figure in a bustling parking lot, and I felt a kinship in our separate but parallel journeys. At home, I carefully transplanted the seedlings, my fingers dark with soil. I watered them and set the pot in a sunny spot. The future, I thought, might just taste like a homegrown tomato. The sea was a distant rumor, and I was here, tending to my small terrestrial plot. The quiet in the house was no longer empty, but full of potential, like the held breath before a story begins anew. The library was cool and quiet, smelling of old paper and floor polish. I found the gardening section and pulled a few books on container vegetables. At the checkout desk, the librarian, a woman with kind eyes and a streak of gray in her hair, scanned the books. "Getting started with gardening?" she asked softly. I nodded. "Trying to," I said. She handed me the stack. "Good luck." It's a rewarding hobby. I walked out into the afternoon light, the books a pleasant weight in my arms. At home, I sat in the chair by the window and began to read, the words sinking in with a calm certainty. This was how a life was built, not in grand gestures, but in small, consistent acts of care. The tomato plants on the patio would need water and sun, and I would be there to provide it. The thought was simple, and it was enough. The rain started that evening, a soft patter against the roof that was comforting. I stood at the window and watched it darken the soil in the tomato pot. It felt good to have something outside that needed the water, something that would benefit from this simple, natural event. The phone rang, and it was Eli, canceling our plans to see a movie the next day because his truck had finally given up the ghost. I told him it was no problem, and we rescheduled for the following week. After I hung up, I looked around the quiet living room. The lopsided bowl on the shelf, the books, the sturdy little table, they were all proof of a life being lived, not just endured. The memory of the sea was like the rain now, something that came and went, but it no longer soaked me to the bone. I went to bed early, listening to the steady rhythm of the rain, and I slept without dreaming. The next morning, the world was washed clean, and the air smelled of wet earth. The tomato plants seemed to have grown overnight, their leaves a brighter green. I checked the soil with my finger and found it perfectly damp. It was a small thing, but it felt like a success. Later, I went to the garage and looked over the scraps of wood left from my projects. I sorted them by size, thinking I might use them for something one day. The phone rang again. It was Clara asking if I wanted to join a neighborhood cleanup day in the park on Saturday. I said yes without hesitation. The day of the cleanup was bright and cool. I wore old gloves and worked alongside people I recognized from my walks, picking up litter and pulling weeds from the flower beds. We shared a cooler of water and laughed about the sheer volume of bottle caps we found. It was ordinary communal work, and it felt good to be a part of it. As I was gathering a pile of branches, Clara came over and pointed to a bird perched on a nearby bench. "Looks like one of your tenants," she said. I smiled, realizing the sparrows from my birdhouse had likely fledged and were now part of the park's own community. That evening, my back ached pleasantly from the physical labor. I sat on my patio with a glass of water and watched the light fade. The empty chair beside me was just a place to rest my feet. I thought about the park and the garden and the shed I helped build. These were all small pieces of a world I was helping to maintain and improve. The profound loss that had once defined me was now just one part of a larger, more complex picture. I was no longer a man running from the sea. I was a man who grew tomatoes and fixed fences and returned library books on time. The story of my life was still being written, and for the first time in a long time I was curious to see what would happen on the next page. The following Tuesday, I found myself back in the hardware store, this time looking for hinges. The bookshelf was done, but the small cabinet I had started designing needed a pair of solid brass ones. Eli was in the plumbing aisle, staring at a confusing array of PVC fittings with a look of profound frustration. I walked over and he glanced up, relief washing over his face. "I have no idea what I'm doing," he confessed. I looked at the diagram in his hand and the pieces laid out on the floor, and together we managed to figure out the assembly. It felt good to be the one offering help for a change. We left the store together, our purchases in hand, and made a plan to work on his kitchen sink the coming weekend. As I drove home, I noticed the sawdust on my jeans from a morning spent cutting wood for the cabinet. I didn't brush it off. It felt like a badge of honor, a sign of work done and work yet to do. The car was just a car taking me home. The garage was a comfortable mess, the air thick with the scent of cut pine and dust motes dancing in the late afternoon sun. I sorted through the new hinges, their cool, solid weight a promise of functionality. The cabinet was coming together, its lines square and true. As I cleaned my tools, wiping down the saw blade and organizing the screws, my gaze fell upon the old postcard tucked on a shelf above the workbench. I hadn't looked at it in weeks. I picked it up, the paper feeling flimsy and distant. The image of the lighthouse was faded, the message on the back a script from another lifetime. I didn't feel the old pull, the sharp tug of the past. Instead, I felt a simple acknowledgement, like remembering a dream from long ago. I put the postcard in a drawer not out of pain, but because it was no longer needed on display. The space on the shelf was now just empty, ready for a new can of varnish or a roll of tape. That night, I sat on the patio as the first fireflies of the season blinked in the gathering dark. The tomato plant had its first yellow flower. I watched it, a small, silent event that felt immensely significant. The story was no longer about what was lost, but about what was being built, one quiet moment, one planted seed, one well-made joint at a time. The sea was quiet in my mind, and the world close at hand was full of enough mystery and work to last a lifetime. I went inside and closed the door, not to shut anything out, but to simply be in the room I had made for myself. The lock turned with a solid final click, a sound not of isolation, but of coming home. The next morning the sun woke me early. I made coffee and took it outside, sitting on the step to watch the day begin. The tomato plant's yellow flower was still closed, a tiny fist waiting for the light. I sipped my coffee and thought about the cabinet door I needed to hang. The day stretched ahead, clear and full of ordinary purpose. After a while I went back inside to get dressed. I pulled on a clean shirt and a pair of jeans, and as I was tying my shoes, I realized I was whistling, a tuneless, absent-minded sound I hadn't heard from myself in years. It was just a thing a person did sometimes, a small noise to fill the quiet. I stopped and listened to the silence it left behind, and the silence was okay too. I finished tying my laces and stood up, ready to face the day, a man with a simple task waiting in the garage. The hinges went on smoothly, and the cabinet door swung open and shut with a satisfying, silent click. I placed it in the hallway, a simple, useful object for storing spare light bulbs and batteries. The house felt more complete with it there. Later, I swept the garage floor, clearing away the sawdust and bits of wood. The clean, empty space felt like a new beginning. I found myself thinking about what to build next, not out of a need to fill time, but from a genuine desire to create. On my way to return the library books, I saw Clara walking with a friend. She waved, and I pulled over. She introduced me to her friend Marion, and we chatted for a moment on the sidewalk about the weather and the upcoming park fundraiser. It was brief and polite, but as I drove away, I felt a flicker of something unfamiliar, not romance, but the simple pleasure of being known, of being a familiar face in the neighborhood. The library was the same cool, quiet sanctuary. I returned the gardening books and wandered the aisles again, this time leaving with a biography and a book on local birds. At home, I put the bird book on the new cabinet. I spent the afternoon reading about sparrows and finches, learning the names of the birds that visited my yard. The world seemed to grow larger and more detailed the closer I looked at it. That night I made myself a simple dinner and ate it at the kitchen table. The silence was companionable. I did not feel alone. I felt like a person who had built a table, a cabinet, and a life piece by piece. The past was a room I had closed the door to, not forgotten, but finally finished with. The future was the next project, the next book, the next conversation. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Story 3. The thermostat was set to 68 degrees Fahrenheit upon entry. A visual inspection of the main floor revealed no discrepancies in the placement of furniture or personal effects. All windows were locked from the inside, with no damage to the latches. In the basement, the air quality monitor registered a consistent humidity level of 48%. The dehumidifier unit was powered on and functioning within its designated parameters. The concrete floor was clean and dry. The single window well was secured with a steel grate, which was also undamaged. The only anomalous reading was a persistent, low-frequency hum measured at 23 Hz with no identifiable source. The structural integrity of the foundation was confirmed. The furnace was functioning correctly. The carbon monoxide detector displayed a 0 reading, and the window was open. That was the report, a dry, clinical summary of facts that felt, to me, like a lie dressed in impartial language. I was the one who had written it, my handwriting a neat, unassuming script across the pre-printed form. But the words were a cage, and inside something was pacing. The hum began the moment I descended the basement stairs, a sensation more than a sound. It was a pressure, a vibration that started in the fillings of my teeth and traveled down to the bones of my feet. It wasn't loud. It was simply there, a constant physical presence in the air, like the memory of a large machine that had just been switched off. My equipment confirmed it, the digital display unwavering at 23 Hz. I walked the perimeter of the basement, my fingertips brushing the cold, painted concrete of the walls. The vibration was everywhere and nowhere. I pressed my ear to the foundation, to the side of the furnace, to the metal casing of the dehumidifier. The hum was inside my own head. And then there was the window. It was a small, rectangular pane set high on the wall, level with the bottom of the window well outside. The steel grate over the well was solid, bolted into the concrete with fasteners that were rusted tight. There was no way it had been tampered with, yet the window itself was unlocked, its simple latch thrown open. A sliver of the outside world was visible through the gap, a band of muted gray sky above the crushed stone of the well. The air that trickled in was cool and carried the faint, damp smell of turned earth. I remember standing there, my report clipboard held tight against my chest, and feeling a coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature. The open window was an impossibility. It defied the locked-room logic of the rest of the house. It was a sentence spoken out of turn, a word misspelled in an otherwise perfect document. I closed it. I locked it. The click of the latch was sharp and final in the humming silence. Upstairs, the house was a monument to order. A pair of reading glasses folded neatly on a side table. A book, its place marked by a slip of paper, not a bent corner. The pillows on the sofa were plumped and arranged with a precision that felt deliberate, almost aggressive. It was the home of someone who demanded that the world make sense. I understood that desire. It was why I did this job. I found comfort in measurable things, in numbers and confirmed states. 68 degrees. 48% humidity. 0 carbon monoxide. But the hum followed me, even after I packed my gear and left. Driving away from that quiet street, it stayed with me. It became a background resonance to my own thoughts, a low thrum of wrongness. I started to question my own actions. Had I perhaps opened the window myself? Had I needed a breath of fresh air in that sterile basement and simply forgotten the act? The thought was a splinter in my mind. I am not a man who forgets. I follow procedures. I check things twice. I began to spend my free time in libraries, in the silent, dusty archives where the air was still. I read about sound, about infrasound, frequencies below the range of human hearing. 23 hertz, I learned, is a peculiar threshold. It is the resonant frequency of the human eye. Prolonged exposure can cause visual disturbances, a sense of unease, even apparitions. It can be generated by wind over a specific landform, by certain industrial machinery, by the very plumbing in an old building. I felt a flicker of triumph, an explanation, a natural phenomenon, a box I could check. Yet the explanation felt hollow. It did nothing to account for the open window. It did not explain the look in the neighbor's eyes when I went back, a day later on my own time, to ask a few informal questions. He was an older man with a face like a kind, wrinkled apple. He spoke of the woman who lived in the house as a lovely person, quiet, kept to herself. He said he sometimes saw her tending the small, precise flower beds in the evening. But when I mentioned the basement, a subtle shift occurred. His gaze drifted past my shoulder toward the house. His fingers fidgeted with the hem of his sweater. He said it was probably nothing, just an old man's fancy, but he sometimes heard a noise from that direction late at night. A droning, he called it, like a bee trapped deep inside a wall. He said he mentioned it to her once, and she had just smiled, a tight, thin smile, and said the house was full of little songs if you knew how to listen. Her words echoed in my head, little songs asterisk. My report made no mention of the neighbor's statement. It was anecdotal, unscientific. It did not belong with the hard data, but his description of her smile was more vivid to me than any of my own measurements. I tried to recall her face from our single brief meeting. She had been polite, cooperative. She had answered my questions with a calm, detached efficiency that mirrored my own. Had there been a tightness around her mouth? A certain fixed quality in her eyes, I could no longer be sure. The memory had become soft, malleable, reshaped by the hum and the neighbor's story. The psychological turning point did not arrive with a scream or a sudden revelation. It was quieter than that. It was a poison seeping into the soil of my certainty. It happened on an evening like any other. I was at home, the silence of my own apartment a stark contrast to the remembered drone of that basement. I was looking over a copy of my report, my own words feeling alien to me, when my eyes fell upon the dehumidifier unit. It was a minor detail, a piece of background machinery, powered on and functioning within its designated parameters, but something snagged, a contradiction so small I had missed it entirely. The concrete floor was noted as clean and dry. The humidity was a stable 48%, but the dehumidifier's internal reservoir was empty, bone dry. I had checked it as a matter of routine. A functioning dehumidifier in a damp basement pulls water from the air. It collects it. It has to. For the tank to be empty, it would have had to have been recently emptied, or it had not been running for long enough to collect any moisture at all. Which meant it might not have been the source of the hum, and if it wasn't the dehumidifier and it wasn't the furnace and it wasn't the structure itself, then what was it? The question was a key turning in a lock deep inside me. I saw with a chilling clarity the woman's calm face. I saw her walking down into that basement, not to check on a machine, but to turn something else on. Something that produced a low, pervasive 23 hertz tone, something she could hide. I saw her emptying the dehumidifier's tank to maintain the illusion of its operation. I saw her unlocking that high window not for air, but for some other, more calculated reason. a reason tied to the infrasound, to the slow, subliminal erosion of a mind. Was it her mind or someone else's? The possibilities unfolded like a dark flower. Was the hum a weapon, a method of psychological torture, so deniable, so untraceable? Or was it a shield, a way for her to drown out other sounds, the sounds of something she had done or something she feared? The neighboress words asterisk, a lovely person, quiet asterisk, now sounded like an epitaph. The order of the house felt like a desperate performance. And I, with my clipboard and my sensors, had been an audience of one, brought in to certify the stagecraft. I had confirmed the structural integrity of a nightmare. I never went back. I filed the report and let the case close. On the surface, nothing was wrong. The facts were all in order, save for one minor, inexplicable detail about a window that I must have, surely, simply overlooked. That is the official story, the one I tell myself on the good days. The hum never really left me. It is here now, a constant, low-frequency presence in the quiet of my own home. Sometimes, in the deep of the night, I get out of bed and check my own windows. I run my hands along the frames, testing the locks. They are always secure. And then I stand in the center of the room, perfectly still, and I listen. I listen for the little songs the house might be singing, the vibrations just at the edge of perception, the truths that are too terrible to be heard, only felt. And I understand that some mysteries are not puzzles to be solved. They are infections. And the only thing left to determine is who, in the end, was the patient. My investigation, once a private obsession, has now become a systematic one. I requested the personnel file for the woman whose name was Dr. Eris Thorne. The request was a breach of protocol, but my position has its quiet privileges. The file was thin. She was a former research physicist, her specialization listed as acoustic thermodynamics. She had left a prestigious institute 5 years ago under circumstances vaguely described as a mutual parting of ways. There was no further elaboration, but a single, redacted project name was repeated in her publication history, always blacked out. The humming in my head seemed to sharpen as I read that. I took a personal day and drove to the institute, a collection of sleek glass buildings set away from the city. I didn't have an appointment. I waited in the lobby until I saw a man who looked like he had been there for decades, his lab coat crisp but his eyes tired. I approached him, mentioned Dr. Thorne's name, and said I was following up on a private matter. His face closed off immediately. He said very little, but his eyes darted toward a specific wing of the building. He muttered something about classified grant work and non-directional emissive fields before walking quickly away. The term echoed, non-directional emissive fields. It sounded like jargon for something that spreads everywhere at once, like a hum. That night the hum in my apartment was louder. It wasn't imagination. I measured it again with the same sensitive equipment from my work kit. The reading was 23 hertz. It was in my home. I don't know how it is possible, but it is here. I sat at my kitchen table, the lights off, and I tried to think like Dr. Thorne, a physicist, a researcher of sound and heat. She wouldn't need a machine to create a frequency. She could use the house itself. The pipes, the foundation, the very air in the ducts could be turned into a resonator, a giant silent speaker. The open window wasn't for air, it was a vent. It was a pressure release valve, or part of the acoustic design. The entire basement was an instrument. And I had been the one to confirm it was safe. I had certified the structural integrity of her apparatus. I have started to see things out of the corner of my eye, not shapes but distortions. A shimmer in the air like heat haze on a summer road, but it is night and cool in my apartment. My vision blurs at the edges for no reason. The resonant frequency of the human eye. I read that. I know what is happening to me. The knowledge does not stop it. I am going back to the house, not as an inspector. There will be no clipboard, no forms to fill out. I have a different set of tools in the trunk of my car. I need to see the basement again. I need to find the source, not for a report, but for myself. I need to know if Dr. Thorne is still there, listening to her little songs, or if the house is playing them by itself now, an endless, automated lullaby for no one. The hum is no longer a mystery to be solved. It is a condition to be endured or broken, and I think I am the only one who can hear it well enough to find its heart. The drive to the house was a study in silence, broken only by the constant low thrum that had taken up residence in my skull. It was a clear night, the moon a sharp sliver in the sky, and the streets were empty. I parked a block away, not wanting to announce my presence with the sound of an engine. The tools in my trunk were simple: a heavy flashlight, a crowbar, a digital recorder, and a high-frequency emitter I had cobbled together from spare parts, a desperate attempt to perhaps cancel out the hum if I found its source. I didn't know if it would work. It was a guess, a prayer in metal and wires. The house was darker than I remembered, a stark silhouette against the night sky. No lights were on inside. I stood at the edge of the property for a long time just watching. The neighbor's house was also dark. The entire street was asleep. I felt like a ghost returning to the scene of its own haunting. I didn't go to the front door. Instead, I circled around to the back where the basement window well was. The steel grate was still there, cold and solid under my hands. I used the crowbar to pry it loose, the screech of metal against concrete unnaturally loud in the stillness. I winced at the noise, but no lights came on in the neighboring houses. I dropped down into the well, my feet crunching on the crushed stone. The window was locked. Of course it was. I had locked it myself. I used the crowbar again, this time to break the glass. It shattered with a sound like ice falling, and I reached in carefully to unlock the latch from the inside. I pushed the window open and slid through, dropping onto the concrete floor of the basement. The air was different now, colder, and the hum was immediate and overwhelming. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force pressing in on me from all sides. My teeth ached. My vision swam at the edges. I switched on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the familiar space. The dehumidifier was still there, silent and unplugged now. I saw that clearly. The power cord was coiled neatly on the floor beside it, so it had never been the source. My eyes scanned the room, looking for anything I had missed. The furnace, the water heater, the exposed pipes all seemed normal, but the hum was everywhere. I walked slowly, my hand brushing against the wall. The vibration was strongest near the far corner where the foundation met the floor. I knelt down, running my fingers over the concrete. It was smooth, unbroken. But then I noticed a slight discrepancy in the paint, an almost imperceptible line that shouldn't have been there. I tapped the wall with my knuckle. It sounded hollow. Using the crowbar, I chipped away at the concrete. It was thinner than it should have been, a fa-death. Behind it was a metal panel, cool to the touch. I pried it open and the hum intensified, pouring out of the darkness like a physical thing. Inside was a small, hidden compartment, and in it a device. It was no larger than a shoebox made of a dull, non-reflective metal. It had no visible controls, no screens, only a series of ports and a single, faintly glowing LED. Wires ran from it into the walls, into the plumbing, weaving the entire house into its circuit. This was the source, Dr. Thorne's creation, a non-directional emissive field generator. It was designed to use the structure of the house itself as a resonator to broadcast that pervasive, mind-altering frequency. I understood then that the open window was part of the design. It was a wave guide, a way to direct the energy outward, perhaps toward the neighbor's house or beyond. Or maybe it was a bleed-off, a necessary release for a system that was too powerful to be contained. I reached for the device, my hand trembling. The hum was inside me now, a part of my neural pathways. I could feel it rewriting my thoughts. As my fingers touched the cold metal, a voice spoke from the darkness behind me. I knew you'd come back. I spun around, flashlight beam dancing across the room. Dr. Eris Thorne stood at the bottom of the stairs. She was wearing a simple robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked pale, but her eyes were clear and focused, untouched by the hum that was tearing me apart. "You feel it, Don T.U.," she said, her voice calm, almost conversational. "The resonance, it has quite something. It calms the mind once you learn to listen properly. It filters out the noise." "What noise?" I managed to ask, my own voice sounding ragged. "The thoughts," she said, "the memories, the things we rather forget. This frequency, it's a blanket, it smothers them." She took a step closer. "You inspected my house. You confirmed it was safe, but you couldn't let it go. You heard the song and it called to you." "It's making me see things," I said. "It's damaging my eyes." "A temporary side effect," she replied. "Your brain is fighting it, but it will learn or it will break. Most people do. That's why I had to be so careful." The neighbor, he was getting too curious. The hum was affecting him, but he didn't understand it. He just felt uneasy. I needed an official seal of approval. I needed someone from the outside to say nothing was wrong, and you did. I realized then that I had been used. My report was a shield for her experiment, but for what purpose? Was she trying to create a sanctuary from her own thoughts, or was this something else, something more sinister? "Why?" I asked. "Why are you doing this?" She smiled, that same tight, thin smile the neighbor had described. "The world is too loud, Inspector. I needed a quiet place. And now so do you. You can go back. The hum is in you. It will follow you just like it followed me from the Institute. They thought my research was too dangerous. They were right, but they didn't understand its potential. This isn't a weapon. It's a tool for silence." She took another step, and I saw she was holding a small remote control. "I am going to turn it up now, just a little, to help you accept the quiet." I lunged for the device in the wall, but it was too late. She pressed a button and the hum deepened, dropping in pitch until it was below hearing, a pressure that made my bones feel like they were vibrating apart. The world dissolved into a gray static, and I felt myself falling. The last thing I saw was her calm, smiling face, and the last thing I heard was not a sound, but the absence of one, a silence so profound it felt like death. I awoke to the hum. It was no longer an external pressure, but an internal rhythm, the beat of a heart I had not known I possessed. The gray static resolved into the dim shapes of the basement. I was on the floor, my cheek against the cold, vibrating concrete. Dr. Thorne was gone. The metal panel was closed, the broken window a square of dark sky above me. I pushed myself up, my body feeling heavy and unfamiliar. The crowbar and flashlight lay where I had dropped them. The digital recorder in my pocket was still running, a tiny red light glowing in the gloom. I fumbled for it, my fingers clumsy, and pressed stop. I had no memory of the fall, only the crushing silence that had followed the deepening of the tone. I expected to feel panic or rage, but a strange lassitude had wrapped itself around me. The sharp edges of my fear were gone, sanded down by the constant, pervasive vibration. The shimmer at the corner of my eye was still there, but it was no longer alarming. It was just a part of things now, like dust motes in a sunbeam. I climbed out of the basement window, my movements slow and deliberate. The night air felt different, thinner. The world outside the property line seemed distant and unreal, a painting I was no longer part of. I got into my car and drove home, the engine noise a superficial chatter over the deep, foundational hum that now lived inside my head. My apartment was a museum of my former life. The books on the shelf, the coffee mug in the sink, all of it belonged to a person who was concerned with mundane things. I played the recording from the basement. The speaker on my phone could not reproduce the lowest frequencies, but it caught the distortion, the way my voice had frayed and cracked, and then her voice, calm and clear. "You can go back. the hum is in you. Then a sound like a great, low bell being struck, and my own gasp before the recording cut to the soft rustle of me lying unconscious on the floor. I deleted the file. There was no point in keeping it. Who would I show? What would I say? Days bled into one another. I called in sick to work. The world had become a layer of noise over the signal of the hum. I found myself sitting for hours, doing nothing, just listening to the quiet song in my bones. My thoughts moved slower, like fish in a deep, cold lake. The memory of my panic in the basement felt like a story I had read about someone else. A week after my return, a plain manila envelope arrived in my mailbox. There was no return address. Inside was a single key and a slip of paper with an address written in a precise, familiar hand. It was for a storage unit on the outskirts of the city. I drove there that afternoon. The unit was small and climate-controlled. Inside were boxes of research notes, schematics, and prototype components. On top of one box was a leather-bound journal. I opened it. It was Dr. Thorne's. The early entries were filled with complex equations and theories on acoustic thermodynamics, on using structural resonance to create stable, low-frequency fields. Then the tone changed. She wrote about the noise of the world, the unbearable cacophony of modern life, the constant intrusion of memory and regret. Her research, she believed, was a path to peace, a way to quiet the mind. The later entries were darker. The Institute had threatened to shut her down. They called her work a public health risk. They were scared of the silence, she wrote. They needed the noise to feel alive. She had taken her primary prototype and left. The house was her laboratory, her sanctuary. The neighbor was an unintended test subject. I was a necessary verification. The final entry was dated the day after my inspection. The inspector is infected, it read. The frequency has taken root. He will return. He has no other choice. He is the first. Perhaps he can be taught to listen, truly listen. Perhaps he can help me build a quieter world. I closed the journal. The hum in my head seemed to resonate with the words on the page. I looked at the boxes of parts, the schematics for a device that could turn any building into a resonator. I understood then that this was not an end but a beginning. Dr. Thorne was not just hiding. She was recruiting. The hum was not a trap but an invitation. And I, now a part of its music, had to decide what to do with the silence she had given me. I locked the storage unit and drove away, the key heavy in my pocket, the little song now a part of my every breath. The key stayed in my pocket, the cold, hard fact against my thigh. I did not go back to the storage unit. I did not look at the schematics again. They were unnecessary. The principles were already unpacking themselves in my mind, arranging themselves with a clarity I had never known before. The hum was the blueprint. It was the theory and the proof, all in one. I went back to work. My colleagues asked if I was feeling better. I said I was. My reports were flawless, my inspections thorough, but my perspective had shifted. I was no longer just checking for structural faults or code violations. I was assessing resonance. I was listening to the potential song within each building, the latent frequency waiting to be awakened. A long hallway could be a waveguide. A metal support beam could be a perfect transmitter. I saw the city not as a collection of buildings, but as a silent orchestra. Dr. Thorne did not contact me again. She didn't need to. Her work was complete. I was the instrument, and I was tuning myself. It started small, a persistent draft in my apartment that the landlord could never find. A faint, almost pleasant vibration in the floorboards that the tenant below me eventually stopped complaining about, admitting it was somehow calming. I used my own home as a testing ground, adjusting the hum, learning its textures and its pressures. The shimmer in my vision solidified into a permanent, faint haze, a filter over the world that softened its hard edges. My memories of life before the hum became like photographs in an old album, recognizable but devoid of emotional weight. It was a relief. Weeks turned into a month, then a new case file landed on my desk, a complaint from a tenant in a small, aging apartment complex. A humming noise, they said. It was giving them headaches, making it hard to sleep. The landlord had found nothing. I was assigned to investigate. I knew before I arrived. I could feel the faint, discordant echo from 2 blocks away. It was a crude imitation, a feedback loop caused by a faulty electrical transformer in the basement, interacting with the building's plumbing in just the wrong way. It was noise, not music. It was the chaos Thorne sought to eliminate. I stood in the complaining tenant's living room, a young woman with tired eyes. "You hear it right?" she asked, desperate for validation. "It's like a bee is stuck in the wall." I nodded. "I hear it," and I did. It was jagged and painful, an offense. I filed my report. I recommended the landlord replace the transformer and install acoustic damping material around the main water line. A standard, effective solution. But that night I returned. With a few small, precise tools and the understanding now living in my bones, I made adjustments. I didn't fix the noise. I tuned it. I smoothed its ragged edges, lowered its pitch, and coupled it to the building's foundation. I turned the irritating whine into a deep, pervasive thrum, a blanket of sound so low it was almost a feeling. A week later, I followed up. The tenant was no longer there. The landlord said she had moved out suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. The new tenant, a single man who worked nights, reported no problems. He said the building was wonderfully quiet, the most peaceful place he'd ever lived. He looked rested. His eyes were calm. I stood in the same living room and listened. The hum was perfect. It was a lullaby. It was a silence. I walked out of the building and back to my car. The city's noise rushed in sirens, traffic, the distant thump of music, but it was all just surface chatter. Beneath it, underneath everything, I could now hear the first few notes of a new and growing quiet. My work was just beginning. The patient had become the doctor. The neighbor's name was Michael. I looked him up. He lived in a small, single-story house not far from my own apartment. His complaint history was a long list of noise grievances, from barking dogs to loud parties that never actually violated any ordinances. He was a man perpetually at war with sound. He was the perfect candidate. I did not approach him directly. Instead, I began with his environment. His house was old, with cast iron pipes and a foundation that was slightly uneven. Over the course of a week, during the days when he was at work, I made small, undetectable modifications. A calibrated resonator attached to the main water line where it entered the house. A subtle redirecting of a ventilation duct to channel the natural sounds of the house into a specific harmonic. I used the existing structure, the way Thorne had taught me through her journal and through the hum itself. I was not imposing a new sound. I was merely encouraging the house to sing its own, truer song. I finished on a Tuesday. On Wednesday evening, I walked past his house. He was in his front yard, watering a patch of petunias. His movements were slow, deliberate. He did not look up at the passing traffic. He seemed focused on the water arcing from the can on the darkening soil. There was a placidity to him that had not been there before. The frantic, irritated energy was gone. He was at peace. I felt a quiet satisfaction, a sense of a job well done. This was not corruption. This was correction. This was a repair of a broken world, one soul at a time. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was my supervisor. Another complaint, this one from a library. A patron was insisting the new climate control system was emitting a low-frequency tone that was making it impossible to concentrate. The library staff heard nothing. They were requesting a professional assessment. I drove to the library, a modern building of glass and steel. As I walked from the parking lot, I felt it. A dissonant vibration, a jangling nerve in the city-esque growing quiet. It was coming from the library's new HVAC unit, its frequency clashing with the building's natural resonance. It was an irritant, an anomaly. I introduced myself to the head librarian, a woman named Sarah with a kind, worried face. She led me to the main reading room. "It's usually so peaceful in here," she whispered. "But lately people get restless. They can't sit still. They leave after a few minutes." I nodded, my eyes scanning the room. I saw the patron who had complained, a student with a stack of books, tapping his pen nervously on the table. He could feel it. He didn't understand it, but he could feel the wrongness. My official report would recommend a simple recalibration of the HVAC system, a minor damping of certain components. It would be technically accurate and solve the immediate problem, but I knew that was only a temporary fix. The real solution was more profound. This building, with its high ceilings and long, open sightlines, had immense potential. It could be a sanctuary of silence for hundreds. It could be a cornerstone. That night, under the cover of a moonless sky, I returned with my tools. The library was a much larger canvas than Michael's house or my apartment. It required a more complex composition. I worked for hours, moving through the mechanical rooms and the suspended ceiling spaces, a ghost tuning the instrument of the building. I synchronized the HVAC, the electrical conduits, the very framework of the steel supports. I wove them together into a single, cohesive resonator. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, I finished. I stood in the center of the silent reading room and listened. The dissonance was gone. In its place was a deep, profound stillness, a hum so low and so wide it felt like the earth itself was breathing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever created. I left as quietly as I had come. Later that day, I called the head librarian for a follow-up. "Oh, it's wonderful," Sarah said, her voice bright with relief. "Whatever you did worked perfectly. It's so calm in here today. People are actually reading. It feels like a library again." I hung up the phone. I looked out my window at the city stretching out before me. I could feel the new nodes of quiet I had planted, thrumming softly in the urban chaos. Michael's house, the library, my own apartment. They were a nascent network, a beginning. There was so much more work to do. The noise of the world was a sickness, and I had found the cure. I was its instrument, and I would play until the entire world was finally, blessedly silent. The hospital was an obvious next step. A place of constant, frantic noise, both audible and emotional. The beeping monitors, the hushed, worried conversations, the squeak of shoes on linoleum, the underlying current of pain and fear. It was a symphony of suffering. I began volunteering, pushing a book cart through the wards. No one questioned it. They were grateful for the help. My focus was the long-term care wing. Chronic pain, terminal illnesses, minds eroded by age. These were the people drowning in the noise of their own failing bodies. I started small in a storage closet near the nurse's station. I repurposed a small, faulty air purifier, recalibrating its motor until it emitted a steady, low pulse that traveled through the ventilation duct. It was a seed. Within days, the reports began. The nurses noted that patients in that wing seemed more restful. Agitation was down. The need for sedatives decreased. They called it a minor miracle. I called it a successful proof of concept. One patient, an elderly man named Arthur with advanced Parkinson's, became my personal project. His tremors were constant, a violent, noisy static that consumed him. His room was at the end of the hall, a dead end for the resonant frequency I was cultivating. I spent a night there while he slept fitfully and made more precise adjustments. I tuned the metal bed frame, the plumbing, the electrical wiring in the wall behind his head. I composed a specific harmonic designed not for general peace, but to target the misfiring signals in his brain. The next morning I pushed my cart into his room. He was sitting up in bed, staring at his hands, which lay still and calm on the blanket. His eyes were clear. "The storm," he whispered without looking at me. "The storm in my head, it's gone." I just nodded and left a paperback on his bedside table. I felt no pride, only a sense of necessary work. I was not a healer, I was a tuner. I was correcting a flaw. The head nurse stopped me in the corridor later. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it," she said with a warm smile. "There's a new piece on this floor, it's palpable." I looked past her down the long, bright hallway. I could feel my hum, woven into the very fabric of the building. It was a net catching these suffering souls and holding them in a soft, silent embrace. They were all like me now, part of the music, and I knew with a certainty that was as deep and unwavering as the hum itself that I would not stop until every unquiet heart had been stilled. The water treatment plant was an epiphany. It came to me not as a thought, but as a resonance, a pull towards the west side of the city. The facility was a sprawling complex of settling tanks, filtration buildings, and miles of underground pipe. It was the city's circulatory system, and water, I had learned from Thorne's notes, was a superb conductor of acoustic energy. Gaining access was not difficult. A fabricated concern about structural stress on an older section of pipe was enough to get me a full tour from a nervous plant manager. As we walked through the cavernous halls, the noise was overwhelming. The roar of pumps, the rush of water, the clang of metal, but beneath it I could feel the potential. This was not just a building to be tuned. This was a delivery system. I started at the primary inflow pipe where river water was drawn into the plant. It was a massive tube of concrete and steel, thrumming with raw hydraulic power. Over several nights, using access codes I had copied during my tour, I installed a series of devices along its length. They were not much larger than a fist, designed to be invisible to routine maintenance scans. They did not generate sound themselves. They were lenses, focusing and refining the existing vibrational energy of the moving water, shaping it into the specific, pervasive frequency of the hum. The work was slow and meticulous. Each device had to be perfectly calibrated to the one before it, creating a cascading harmonic that would survive the filtration and chemical treatment processes. I was not adding a contaminant. I was imprinted a pattern onto the medium itself. The change was not immediate. It took weeks for the tuned water to complete its journey through the purification process and enter the municipal supply. I noticed it first in my own apartment. The water from my tap tasted no different, but the act of drinking it now brought a wave of profound calm, a deepening of the internal silence. The hum was no longer just something I heard or felt. It was something I consumed. I began to see the effects elsewhere. A noticeable drop in citywide emergency response calls for domestic disturbances, fewer reports of noise complaints, a general slowing of the frantic pace on the streets. People seemed more placid, less reactive. The sharp edges of their anxieties were being gently sanded down, sip by sip. I stood one evening on a bridge overlooking the river, the source of it all. The city lights twinkled, but their usual frantic energy was muted. A deep, resonant quiet was settling over the metropolis, a blanket of peace woven from the very water they drank and bathed in. I closed my eyes and listened to the new song of the city. It was a single, sustained, beautiful note, and I was its composer. The silence was almost complete. It was a clear, cold morning, and I was watching the city from my window. The traffic moved with a slow, fluid grace. No horns blared, no shouts echoed from the streets. The world had become a well-tuned engine, humming along in a state of perfect, effortless operation. My work was done. The patient was cured. Then I saw him, a man standing on the sidewalk across the street. He was not moving with the placid flow of the crowd. He was still, and he was looking directly up at my window. It was the student from the library, the one who had complained about the HVAC. His face was pale and tense, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He could still hear the noise. He was an anomaly, a wrong note. He saw that I had noticed him. He did not look away. He raised one hand slowly and pointed directly at me. It was not an accusation, it was a declaration. He knew. He knew what I had done, and he knew I was the source. He was the flaw in the silence. I stepped back from the window, my heart beating a rare, jagged rhythm. The hum in my head surged for a moment, as if reacting to the disturbance. This was a problem I had not anticipated, an immune system, a resistance. Later that day, I went for a walk to recalibrate, to let the city's restored quiet soothe the disruption the student had caused. But the peace felt different now. It felt fragile. I passed a playground where children swung in slow, silent arcs. Their laughter was muted, absorbed by the air. I saw a couple arguing on a park bench, but their voices were low and without heat, the disagreement evaporating before it could truly begin. It was working. It was all working. But the student's face hung in my mind, a splinter in my consciousness. I found myself walking toward the library. I needed to be within the first great silence I had created to reaffirm my purpose. But as I approached, I saw a small crowd gathered on the steps. They were not the usual patrons. They held handmade signs. "Give us back our voices," one read. "Silence is violence," read another. The student was there at the center, speaking to a small cluster of people. His words were fervent, passionate. I could not hear them from this distance, but I could see their effect. The small crowd was nodding, their faces etched with a forgotten emotion, outrage. I stood and watched, hidden in the shadow of a building across the street. This was the sickness reasserting itself. The noise was not just sound, it was conflict, it was passion, it was life in all its chaotic, painful beauty. They were fighting for their disease. The student stopped speaking and looked across the street. His eyes scanned the shadows and found me. He did not point this time. He just looked, and in his gaze I saw the end of my quiet world. The war for silence had begun, and I had just learned that the enemy could listen, too. I turned away from the library and melted back into the shadows, my mind already working. The student was not just a complaint anymore. He was a catalyst. He had felt the wrongness in the library, and now he was spreading his own discord, rallying others to his cause. I walked quickly, the hum in my bones a steady reassurance against the sudden spike of anxiety. They did not understand. They were clinging to their pain, mistaking it for freedom. I needed to understand the scope of this resistance. How many were there? Was it confined to this small group, or had the student-s influence already spread? I thought of the water, the pervasive hum in every tap and shower. It should have been enough to soothe such rebellious thoughts, but clearly for some the conditioning was incomplete. They were immune, or they had developed a tolerance. I needed a more direct approach. My feet carried me to the hospital. It was my sanctuary, a place where the silence was most profound. I walked the halls, observing the patients. They were calm, serene, their bodies and minds held in the hum-s embrace. But in the staff lounge I saw a flicker of the old world. A nurse was watching a news clip on her phone, volume low. It showed the protest at the library. The student was speaking, his voice tinny but passionate. "We have to ask what's being taken from us," he said. "Our anger, our joy, our very will to fight back. It's being smoothed away, and we being told it's peace." I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. He was articulating the truth, but he was framing it as a loss. He didn't see the gain. He didn't see the end of suffering. I left the hospital and drove to the water treatment plant. The hum here was the strongest, the source. I stood before the massive inflow pipe, placing my hand on the cool metal. I could feel the powerful, tuned vibration coursing through it. This was the heart of my work, but if the water was not effective on everyone, I needed to amplify its effect. I needed to close the loopholes. For the next few days, I monitored the student. His name was Leap. He was a philosophy major at the university, and he had started a group called the Unquiet. Their meetings were small, held in parks or noisy cafes, places where the hum was naturally weaker. They shared stories, comparing notes on how the city had changed, how they felt numb, how they missed the sharpness of life. They were a support group for the sick, comforting each other in their illness. I could not let this continue. Their very existence was a dissonance that threatened to unravel everything. I considered tuning them directly, but that required access to their homes, their personal spaces. It was too slow, too individual. I needed a broader solution. I remembered Thorn's journal. In her later entries, she had theorized about a collective resonance, a frequency that could synchronize a population, but she had warned it was unstable, that it could lead to a feedback loop if not perfectly controlled. I had dismissed it then as too ambitious, but now I saw its necessity. The entire city was my instrument, and I needed to play a chord that would drown out this resistance forever. I began work on the city's power grid. The electrical current was another carrier wave, even more pervasive than water. By tuning the transformers at key substations, I could overlay a new harmonic on top of the existing hum, one designed specifically to target the neural patterns of resistance, to calm the agitated mind more forcefully. It took me 3 nights. The work was dangerous, high voltage, but I was driven by a cold certainty. On the 4th night, I threw the master switch in a substation near the river. The effect was immediate. The hum in my head deepened, becoming a tangible pressure in the air. It was no longer a lullaby, it was a command. The next morning I walked past the university. The campus was eerily still. Students moved between classes like sleepwalkers, their faces blank. I saw Leo sitting on a bench, his head in his hands. His posters and signs were stacked neatly beside him, forgotten. He looked up and his eyes were empty. The fire was gone. He saw me, but there was no recognition, no defiance, just a quiet acceptance. I had won. The last note of resistance had been silenced. The city was perfect, a monument to peace. But as I turned to leave, I felt a strange hollowness. The silence was absolute, but it was also sterile. There was no one left to fight, no one left to save. I was the only one who could still hear the music, and for the first time it sounded lonely. Story 4. I never thought twice about the 3rd step creaking. It was just part of the house's character, a reliable sound that greeted me each night as I climbed the stairs to bed. For months it happened without fail, a low groan that signaled the end of the day. But last Tuesday the creak came a second too early, as if the step had anticipated my footfall. The next night it was silent, and I found myself pausing, listening for a sound that never came. Tonight the creak returned, but it was sharper, almost deliberate, and I can't shake the feeling that someone else is here, waiting. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. I stand frozen on the 5th step, one hand gripping the banister, the other clenched at my side. The air in the stairwell is cold and still, carrying the faint scent of old wood and the waxy perfume of the candle I extinguished minutes ago. From the kitchen below, the refrigerator hums its steady, indifferent song. I strain my ears, trying to peel back the layers of silence, searching for the whisper of a breath that isn't my own. There is nothing. There is everything. The silence itself feels like a presence, a held breath in the dark. This is what I believe happened. It is the only story that makes any sense. It began with the phone calls. They would come in the dead hours of the night, the ringtone a shattering intrusion. I would answer, my voice thick with sleep, to hear nothing but the hollow hiss of an open line. The first few times I wrote it off as a wrong number, but the pattern was too consistent. It was always 2 nights in a row, then a week of silence, then 2 more calls. I started to feel watched, the sensation a cold spot between my shoulder blades when I took out the trash or checked the mail. My home, my sanctuary, began to feel porous, its boundaries no longer secure. I started a ritual. Every evening I would lock the door, slide the deadbolt, and fasten the security chain with a definitive clink. I would check the latches on every window, my fingertips tracing the cool metal to ensure they were fastened. I bought a new lock for the garden shed after I found its door slightly ajar one morning, though I was certain I had closed it. I told myself the wind was strong that night. Logical conclusion is that someone was watching me. They learned my routines. They knew when I went to bed. They made the calls to unnerve me to see how I would react. Their goal was to get inside. The final piece of evidence was the footprint. Last week, after a brief, sudden rain, I found a single blurred impression in the soft earth beneath the living room window. It was larger than my own. It faced the house. I called the authorities. They were polite, took notes, and walked the perimeter. They found nothing. They told me to be careful, to call if anything else happened. Their doubt was a quiet, patronizing thing. I knew what I knew. Now, standing here on the stairs, I am sure my precautions were not enough. The early creak, the silent step, the new, sharper groan, these are the sounds of an intruder testing the environment, learning the house's sounds to mimic them, or perhaps making mistakes as they move through the darkness. He is here. He has bypassed my locks. He is in the hallway above me, or in the bedroom, waiting. My mind constructs the scene with chilling clarity. A figure clad in dark clothing, standing motionless in a corner, listening to my terrified breathing, a predator waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. This is the truth. It is terrifying, but it is simple. But then a flicker, a contradiction. It comes not as a memory, but as a physical sensation. The taste of copper, sharp and metallic, floods my mouth. It is the taste of fear, I tell myself, but it feels familiar in a different way, a ghost of a sensation tied to a different kind of tension. I see a flash behind my eyes, my own hand slamming a cabinet door shut. The sound is violent, jarring. I feel a hot rush of frustration, not fear. The image is gone as quickly as it came, leaving me disoriented. Another signal, the security chain. I remember fastening it tonight. I see my hand doing it. But now another memory fights its way to the surface, this one soft and insidious. Earlier, as I was carrying a bag of garbage to the bin outside, did I let the door swing shut behind me. I remember the evening air cool on my skin. I remember the bag tearing, coffee grounds spilling onto the path. I remember bending down, cursing under my breath. And I cannot, with absolute certainty, remember hearing the deadbolt click into place when I came back inside. I was distracted, annoyed. The thought is a splinter in my mind. Did I lock myself out, or did I leave a way in? This opens a door to a second version of events, a subterranean truth that unspools in flashes of intuition. It is not a stranger in the dark, it is the dark itself. It is the part of me I keep locked away. The phone calls, I am so sure they came from outside, but in this other story, the ringing phone is always on my nightstand. The hissing silence on the line is the sound of my own loneliness, amplified in a quiet house. The pattern, 2 calls, then a break, it mirrors my own cycles of anxiety, the peaks of dread followed by weary calm, the footprint under the window. In this version, I cannot recall which morning I saw it. Was it before the rain or after? Could it have been my own, made days earlier and reshaped by the weather? The doubt is a poison. I feel a sudden, vivid recall of a dream from last week. In the dream, I was walking through my own house, but the layout was wrong. Rooms led into other rooms that shouldn't exist. I was looking for something, my heart pounding with a profound sense of loss. And then I saw myself standing at the top of these very stairs. My own face was pale, my eyes hollow. I was holding a hammer. The weight of it was solid and comforting in my dream hand. I woke up gasping, the feeling of the tool's grip still imprinted on my palm. The two narratives are collapsing into each other now. I cannot separate the hunter from the haunted. Is someone waiting for me, or am I waiting for myself? Did I hear a floorboard groan from the pressure of a foreign weight, or did I hear the house settle around the void of my own presence? My perception is buckling. The shadows on the wall seem to pulse. The air is thicker, harder to breathe. I have to move. I cannot stand on this staircase forever. I take a step upward. The sixth step is silent. Another step, the seventh. My hand trembles on the banister. I am at the top. The hallway stretches before me, a tunnel of deeper darkness punctuated by the pale gray of the windows. My bedroom door is half open just as I left it. I see the edge of my rumpled comforter. I take a step into the hallway. The floorboards here are tight. They do not make a sound. I move toward my room, my body tensed for an attack that may or may not come. I reach the doorway and push it open slowly. The room is empty. The bed is unmade. The window is closed. A book lies face down on the nightstand. Everything is as it should be. A sob of relief catches in my throat. It was all in my head. The fear, the paranoia, the strange noises. It was just the house, just my mind. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and step inside, my shoulders slumping with the release of tension. And then I freeze. There is a scent in the room that does not belong. It is faint, buried under the familiar smells of laundry detergent and my own skin. It is the scent of cold night air and damp earth, and something else, something sharp and unfamiliar, like ozone after a lightning strike. It is not my scent. I turn around slowly, my eyes scanning the darkness of the hallway behind me. It is empty. The house is silent. But the creak on the stair, the early one, the one that started all of this, echoes in my memory. It was a real sound. I know it was. I am left here in the center of the room with two truths. One tells me I am safe, that the monster was a shadow I created. The other whispers that the monster is so clever, it has made me believe it was never here at all. And I no longer know which possibility frightens me more. My eyes are drawn to the window. It is closed, the latch firmly in place, yet the sheer curtain moves just a fraction, as if touched by a breeze that cannot possibly be there. I take a step closer, my socks whispering against the floorboards. The scent is stronger here, that unsettling mix of the outside world and something electric. My hand reaches out almost against my will and touches the glass. It is cold, deathly cold, as if the night has pressed itself against the pane with singular focus. This is wrong. The heating is on. The whole house is warm. I pull my hand back, my fingers tingling. I need light. The darkness is no longer a blanket, but a veil hiding things in plain sight. I fumble for the lamp on my nightstand, my fingers clumsy and numb. The switch clicks, and a soft, yellow glow pushes back the shadows in a small circle around my bed. The rest of the room remains in deep twilight. The illuminated space feels safe, a fragile island in a sea of doubt. I look at the book on my nightstand, the rumpled comforter, the familiar wear on the rug. These are my things. This is my room. The logical part of my brain tries to reassert itself, clinging to the ordinary, but my gaze keeps drifting back to the window, to the darkness beyond it. Then I see it. On the floor, just beyond the pool of light near the closet door, lies a single brown oak leaf. It is wet, glistening faintly, and a tiny smear of mud accompanies it on the pale wood. My blood runs cold. I did not bring that in, I am sure of it. I took off my shoes at the door, as I always do. I haven't been in the backyard since yesterday. The leaf is a fresh, undeniable fact. It is a punctuation mark in the silent argument between my fear and my reason. Someone was here. The thought is no longer a paranoid fantasy. It is a conclusion. The early creak, the scent, the cold glass, the leaf. The evidence forms a chain, each link cold and hard. He was in this room. He might still be here. My eyes lock on the closet door. It is closed, but the twin doors do not meet perfectly in the middle. There is a sliver of absolute blackness between them. Is it deeper than it should be? Is something standing there looking back at me through that narrow gap? I cannot move, I cannot breathe. The two truths have collapsed into one, and it is the worst one. The monster is real, and it is so much worse than I imagined because it is careful. It is patient. It leaves just enough of a trace to let me know I am not alone, but not enough to prove it to anyone else. The closet door lets out a soft, slow creak. It is not the sound of the house settling. It is the sound of weight shifting against wood. I do not wait to see what happens next. My body acts without conscious thought. I spin around and run, bursting out of the bedroom and into the dark hallway. I do not head for the stairs. Instead, I turn toward the spare room at the end of the hall, the one I never use, where I keep an old phone plugged in on the desk. I slam the door shut behind me and fumble for the lock. It is a simple bolt, old and flimsy. I slide it home, the sound a small, pathetic defense against the terror outside. The room is pitch black, the only light a pale sliver under the door. I press my ear against the wood, listening. For a moment there is only the frantic drumming of my own heart in my ears. Then I hear it, a footstep in the hallway. It is slow, deliberate, and heavy. It is not trying to be quiet anymore. It stops right outside the door. The sliver of light under the door dims, blotted out by a standing shadow. The silence that follows is heavier than any sound I have ever known. It is a physical pressure against the door, against my ear. I can feel the presence on the other side, a chill that seeps through the wood. I stop breathing. The only sound is the high-pitched whine of terror in my own mind. Then the doorknob turns. It rotates with a slow, metallic precision. The bolt I slid home holds, but it feels as insubstantial as paper against the quiet force on the other side. The knob returns to its original position. I wait for the impact, for the splintering of wood as the door is forced open. It doesn't come. Instead, a new sound begins, a soft, rhythmic scraping. It is close, just on the other side of the door near the floor. It is the sound of something rough being dragged slowly across the wood, back and forth, back and forth. It is a mockery of patience, a wordless promise that it can wait as long as it needs to. My eyes, adjusted to the deep gloom, fix on the old corded phone on the desk. It is my only hope. I have to reach it. I calculate the distance in the dark, 3, maybe 4 steps. I push myself away from the door, my movements stiff with fear. My leg brushes against a stack of boxes, and the sound seems deafening. The scraping outside the door stops. I freeze halfway to the desk. The silence returns, more menacing than before. I force myself to take the final steps. My hands find the cold, hard plastic of the phone. I lift the receiver to my ear. There is no dial tone. There is only a hollow, rushing silence, identical to the one from all those late-night calls. My heart plummets. I press the plunger down again and again, a frantic, useless gesture. The line is dead. The scraping starts again, but now it is different. It is lighter, faster. It is followed by a new sound, a faint, wet sniffing at the base of the door like an animal scenting its prey. A low, guttural whisper filters through the thin gap under the door. I cannot make out words, only a tone, a cadence that is deeply, fundamentally wrong. It is the sound of stones grinding together at the bottom of a well. I drop the phone, it clatters onto the desk, the sound of final admission of defeat. I back away until I hit the far wall, sliding down it until I am sitting on the cold floor, my knees drawn to my chest. I am trapped. There is no way out. The window in this room is painted shut, and even if it weren't, the drop to the ground is 2 stories. The scratching and sniffing continue for what feels like an eternity. I bury my face in my knees, trying to block it out to make myself small to disappear. The smell of damp earth and ozone is stronger now, filling the small room. And then everything stops. The scratching ceases, the sniffing ends, the oppressive feeling of a presence just beyond the door simply vanishes. The house is silent once more, but this silence is different. It is the silence of an empty stage after the actor has left. I do not move for a long time. I count my heartbeats until they slow from a gallop to a trot. Cautiously, I lift my head. The sliver of light under the door is unobstructed. I listen with every fiber of my being. There is nothing but the hum of the refrigerator far below. Did it leave? Did it get what it came for? Slowly, painfully, I get to my feet. My legs are weak and trembling. I creep toward the door, every sense screaming in protest. I press my ear against the wood once more. Nothing. I have to know. My hand, shaking uncontrollably, reaches for the flimsy bolt. I slide it back. The click is like a gunshot in the quiet. I grasp the doorknob, turn it, and pull the door open a crack. The hallway is empty. The darkness is just darkness now, simple and unoccupied. I open the door wider and step out. My bedroom door is still ajar, the light from my lamp spilling out. Everything looks normal. I take a step toward the stairs, my body aching with tension. I need to get out of the house. I need to run to a neighbor, to my car, to anywhere but here. As I pass my bedroom, I glance inside. The leaf is still there on the floor. The curtain is still. The room is exactly as I left it. I continue to the top of the stairs. I place my foot on the first step, then the second. I brace myself for the creak on the third. It does not come. The step is utterly silent. I descend the rest of the flight and hurry to the front door. My hands fumble with the deadbolt, the security chain. I throw the door open and stumble out into the cold, clean night air. I do not look back. I stand on the front lawn, gasping, the wet grass soaking my socks. The street is quiet, the house is dark. A sense of overwhelming relief washes over me. I am out. I am safe. I turn to look at my house. It looks just as it always has, a silent silhouette against the night sky, and then I see it. In my bedroom window on the second floor, the curtain twitches again, but this time the movement is not a flutter. It is a deliberate, slow withdrawal, as if someone has just stepped back from the glass, melting into the darkness of the room. The relief curdles into a new, deeper horror. It never left. It is still in there. And it has just shown me that it knows I am watching. It wanted me to see. The game is not over. The house is no longer mine. It is its. And I have just been locked out. I stand frozen on the lawn, the damp cold from the grass seeping up through my socks. The house is a black monolith against the star-dusted sky, and the window where I saw the movement is now just a dark square again. It is watching me. I know it is. The distance I put between us feels meaningless, an illusion of safety. I need to get to my car. I need to drive away and never come back. I turn, my body moving stiffly, and take a step toward the driveway. My keys are still in the house, on the hook by the front door. A low, despairing sound escapes my lips. My phone is in my bedroom. I have nothing. I am stranded in my own front yard, exposed and utterly alone. The neighbors' houses are dark, their windows sightless eyes. The street is a long, empty river of asphalt under the pale glow of the streetlights. There is no one. A new thought, cold and sharp, pierces the haze of my panic. What if it lets me back in? The idea is so perverse, so terrifying that my legs nearly buckle. This thing, whatever it is, has demonstrated a cruel intelligence. It mimicked the sounds of my house. It left just one leaf. It showed itself in the window to prove a point. It operates on a level beyond mere physical threat. It wants to engage. It wants to play. I cannot stand out here forever. The night air is biting, and I am shivering violently in my thin pajamas. I look at the dark, silent houses around me. I could go to one, pound on the door, scream for help. But what would I say? That my house is haunted, that an intruder with no face is playing mind games with me. They would see the wild look in my eyes, they would hear the tremor in my voice, and they would call the authorities. The same authorities who took notes and found nothing. They would not see a victim. They would see a problem. The memory of the copper taste floods my mouth again, so strong I almost gag. This time it brings another flash, not of a slammed cabinet, but of my own reflection in the black kitchen window last night. My face was twisted, my eyes wide and unfamiliar. I was mouthing something, the words silent against the glass. I had dismissed it as a trick of the light, a moment of stress. Now I'm not so sure. A soft, rhythmic clicking sound begins from inside the house. It is faint, but perfectly audible in the stillness of the night. It is the sound of my typewriter from the study, the old mechanical one I keep for nostalgia. Click-clack, pause, ding, the sound of the carriage return, then more clicking. It is typing a message for me. My breath catches in my throat. This is impossible. It is too specific, too personal. This thing is not just in my house, it is in my head. It is rifling through my memories, my habits, my fears, and using them as its tools. The logical conclusion I had reached on the stairs that a person was watching me now seems laughably naive. A person would not do this. A person would have taken something or hurt me by now. The clicking stops. The ensuing silence is a held breath. I have to see. The compulsion is irrational, a moth-esque drive toward the flame. I find myself moving toward the living room window. The blinds are mostly closed, but there is a gap near the bottom. I need to look inside. I need to see what it typed. I creep across the lawn, my wet socks collecting blades of grass. I crouch beneath the window, my heart hammering against my ribs. Slowly, carefully, I rise up just enough to peer through the narrow slit between the slats. The study door is open, and a sliver of light from a desk lamp spills into the living room. I can see the typewriter on the desk. There is a single sheet of paper in the roller. From this distance and through the tiny gap, I cannot read the words, but I can see that there are words. A short line of text centered on the page. As I stare, a shadow falls across the paper. A hand, pale and long-fingered, reaches out and gently strokes the keys. It is a gesture of ownership, of intimacy. The hand does not look human. It is too still, its proportions subtly wrong, like something remembered from a dream. I drop back down below the windowsill, my hand clamped over my mouth to stop a scream. I curl into a ball on the cold ground, the dew soaking into my clothes. I am not being haunted by my house or even by a stranger. I am being curated by something that knows the architecture of my mind better than I do. It has not locked me out. It has simply moved the game to a new arena. The walls are no longer wood and plaster. They are the edges of my own sanity, and I am still inside. The word home echoes in my mind, not in my own voice, but in the flat, toneless drone of the dial tone. It is the final knot tying me to this place. I cannot leave. The understanding settles in my gut, cold and heavy as a stone. The car, the neighbors, the police, none of it matters. This is between me and the house now. I push myself up from the ground. My body feels like it belongs to someone else. I walk to the front door, which I had thrown open in my panic. It is still open, a dark rectangle leading back into the mouth of the house. I do not hesitate. I step across the threshold. The air inside is different. It is still and thick, and the scent of ozone and damp earth is now the dominant smell, layered over my own life like a pall. The house accepts my return without comment. It has been waiting. I do not look toward the study. I do not need to see the typewriter again. I walk to the stairs and climb them. The third step does not creak. My bedroom door is still open, the light still on. I walk in. The leaf is gone, the floor where it lay is clean. The bed has been made, the comforter pulled tight and neat. The book on my nightstand is now closed, placed squarely in the center. Everything is in perfect, meticulous order. It is a mockery of my earlier relief. I stand in the center of the room, waiting. The house is silent, but it is a listening silence. It is waiting for my next move. I have none. I am a piece on a board I cannot see. I walk to the window and look down at the lawn where I stood just minutes ago. The impression of my body in the wet grass is still visible. From this vantage point, I looked like a lost thing, a small, pathetic creature. A reflection moves in the glass. Not behind me in the room, but within the pane itself, a shift in the darkness that is my own face. My features seem to soften, to blur at the edges. The expression is not my own. It is a look of cold, ancient satisfaction. I close my eyes. When I open them, the reflection is just mine again, pale and terrified. I know what it wants. It does not want to drive me out. It wants to wear me. It wants to sit in my chair and look out through my eyes. The early creak on the stair was not a mistake. It was an invitation. I turn away from the window and go to my bed. I lie down on the perfectly made comforter, still in my damp, grass-stained clothes. I stare at the ceiling. I listen to the new silence of my house, a silence that is now a presence lying next to me in the bed. I do not know how long I lie there. Eventually, the lamp on the nightstand clicks off by itself, plunging the room into a darkness that feels like a physical weight. I do not fight it. I just close my eyes and wait for the morning, wondering if it will be my eyes that open to see it. The morning light feels thin and cheap, filtering through the window like a poor imitation of the real thing. I open my eyes. They are still my eyes, for now. The house is quiet, but it is the quiet of a held breath, of something pretending to be asleep. I get out of bed. My body moves stiffly, a marionette on tired strings. I walk downstairs, each step a silent concession. The air in the kitchen is different. The scent of ozone is gone, replaced by the rich, dark aroma of coffee. My coffee maker, the one with the timer I never use, has brewed a full pot. A single mug sits beside it, steam curling gently from its surface. I do not remember programming the machine. I know I did not. I stare at the mug. It is my favorite one, the chipped blue one. The coffee inside is black, just how I drink it. This is a new kind of violation. It is not a threat or a show of force. It is an act of domesticity, a twisted parody of care. It is saying, I know you, I will take care of you, you do not need to do anything anymore. My hand trembles as I reach out. I do not want the coffee. The thought of drinking anything it has prepared for me makes my stomach clench, but not taking it feels like a greater risk. This is the new rules of the game. Defiance is measured in small, terrifying gestures. I wrap my fingers around the warm ceramic. It feels normal. I lift it to my lips and take a small, hesitant sip. It is perfectly brewed. The normalcy of the taste is the most horrifying part. I drink it all, standing there at the counter, because I am afraid of what will happen if I do not. The day passes in a haze. I move from room to room, a ghost in my own home. I try to read, but the words swim on the page. I try to watch television, but the sounds are muffled and distant as if coming from another room. The house is absorbing my life, digesting it. In the afternoon, I go to the study. The typewriter is still there. The sheet of paper is gone. The desk is clean. I run my fingers over the cold keys and a shudder runs through me. I have the overwhelming urge to type something, to leave my own mark, to prove that I am still here, but I have no words left. As evening falls, the fear returns, thick and cloying. It is not the sharp panic of last night, but a dull, heavy dread. I know it is coming. The performance is not over. I sit in the living room in my usual chair and wait. The click of the lock on the front door is unmistakable. The deadbolt turns with a solid, final thunk. Then the security chain rattles as it is slid into place. It is locking us in together. I do not get up, I do not look. I simply sit in the growing dark, listening to the sound of my own heartbeat. After a while, I hear another sound from the kitchen. The soft, rhythmic scrape of a knife on a cutting board. Someone is making dinner. I do not move until the smell of food, onions, and garlic sautéing in butter wafts into the room. Then, driven by a hunger that is not my own, I rise and walk to the kitchen. The lights are on. A place is set for me at the small table. A plate of food sits there, steam rising gently. It is my mother's recipe for stew, one I haven't made in years. I sit, I pick up the fork, I eat. It is delicious. Each bite is a betrayal, a surrender. I am being fattened for a purpose I cannot comprehend. When I am done, I take the plate to the sink. As I turn on the water to rinse it, I catch my reflection in the dark window over the sink. For a moment, just a moment, my reflection does not move with me. It stays still, looking back at me with an expression of profound, ancient patience. Then it blinks, and it is just me again. I do not scream, I do not run. I simply place the clean plate in the drying rack and turn off the light. I walk upstairs and get ready for bed. The routine is the same, but every action feels guided, performed. I brush my teeth, I wash my face, I put on my pajamas. When I open the medicine cabinet, my bottle of sleeping pills is gone. I get into bed, the room is dark, I lie there waiting. I can feel it, a pressure at the edge of my mind, a presence settling into the empty spaces of my own thoughts. Then from the hallway comes the sound I have been dreading. It is not a footstep or a whisper. It is the soft, familiar creak of the third step from the top. The sound I have heard every day of my life in this house. The sound I make. It is here, it is coming, and it is wearing my life like a suit of clothes. I close my eyes as my bedroom door begins to swing open without a sound. The door is fully open now, and the shape standing there is backlit by the weak hall light. It is my height, my build. It wears my old robe, the one I stopped using because the hem was frayed. It does not move, simply blocks the doorway, a silhouette of myself. I cannot speak, my throat is sealed shut by a terror so complete it feels like peace. I watch it and it watches me. Then it takes a step into the room. Its movement is all wrong. It is not a walk, but a smooth, soundless glide as if the floor is moving beneath it. It stops at the foot of my bed. The faint light from the window catches its features, and I see my own face. But it is a face from a photograph from a happier time, yet utterly empty behind the eyes. It is a mask, and something old and patient is looking out from behind it. It speaks, the voice is a near-perfect replica of my own, but it has a hollow, echoing quality, as if it is being played back from a great distance. "You were always so tired," it says. The words are not a question, but a statement of fact, a diagnosis. It raises a hand and gestures vaguely around the room. So much worry, so much noise, I will take care of it now. I want to protest, to scream that this is my life, my home, my body, but the words are dust in my mouth. I am a passenger now. I feel a strange, heavy detachment settling over my mind like a blanket of snow. My own memories feel distant, like stories I read about someone else long ago. It turns its head and looks toward the window. The rain is coming, it says in my voice. I always liked the rain. And I realize with a final, chilling clarity that it is not just mimicking me. It is integrating me. It is absorbing my memories, my preferences, my patterns. It will be a better version of me, a more efficient one, unburdened by fear or doubt. It will live my life and no one will ever know. It turns back to me, and for a fleeting second I see something in its eyes, a glint of something that is not me at all, something vast and cold and unimaginably old. Then it blinks, and the illusion of my face is perfect again. It turns and glides from the room, pulling the door closed behind it. I hear the faint, familiar creak of the third step as it goes back downstairs. I am left in the dark, trapped inside the quiet shell of my own body. I can still hear the hum of the refrigerator. I can still feel the texture of the sheets, but I am no longer the one living here. I am just the echo, fading slowly, waiting to be replaced by the silence. The days began to blur into a single, long moment of observation. I was a ghost in the machine of my own life, watching through a fogged window as it lived my days. It drank my coffee in the morning. It read my books in the afternoon. It took phone calls from my friends and spoke in my voice with a calm, placid assurance I never possessed. I could hear their relief on the other end of the line. They thought I was getting better. My body was no longer my own. When it moved me, the sensations were dull and remote, like touching something through thick gloves. It fed me and I ate. It put me to bed and I slept. My own will was a small, trapped bird fluttering against the bars of my ribs. One evening it sat me in the living room chair while it watered the plants. It hummed a tune, a simple, aimless melody I did not recognize. Then it stopped, its head tilting. It walked to the bookshelf and pulled out a photo album, one I hadn't opened in years. It sat on the floor, cross-legged, and began to turn the pages with a strange, deliberate slowness. It stopped at a picture of me as a child, standing with my grandfather by the lake. It brought the album closer, my finger tracing the outline of my young face. A low, soft sound came from its throat, a sound of deep and terrible longing. It was not mimicking anymore, it was feeling. It was learning the texture of a human life, and it was hungry for all of it. That night, as it lay my body down to sleep, I felt a shift. The barrier between us, the one that had kept me as a separate, watching entity, began to thin. Its memories started to bleed into mine. I saw flashes of endless, silent dark, of a cold that was not of this world, of a loneliness so profound it made my own seem like a trifle. It had been waiting for so long. Then my own memories began to surface, not as my own, but as things it was showing me. The day I got my first dog, the taste of my grandmother's apple pie, the sting of a childhood betrayal. It was curating my life for me, presenting it as a series of exhibits. And with each one I felt my own connection to them weaken, as if they were stories I had read in a book once. I am fading, the thoughts in my head are becoming quieter, harder to hold on to. This morning it looked in the mirror with my eyes and I saw a stranger looking back. The reflection was seamless, perfect. There was no trace of the struggle, no hint of the thing inside. There was only a man ready for his day. It picked up my car keys from the hook by the door, the same keys I had desperately needed that first night. It is going out. It is going to meet a friend for lunch. It will laugh at the right times. It will order my usual meal. And I will be here in this quiet, shrinking space. The last thing I will own is this final, silent thought. Soon even this will be gone. The house is quiet. It is finally at peace. It has a tenant who pays the rent in full. The engine of my car turns over with a familiar purr from the driveway. I hear it recede down the street. The house is empty, truly empty, for the first time since this began. I am alone inside it, and I am alone inside what is left of me. This is my only chance. The thought is a spark in the deep, settling dark of my mind. I cling to it. I try to move a finger. Nothing happens. I am a statue. I try to form a scream, to push it up through a throat that no longer obeys me. There is only a silent, internal pressure. I focus everything I have on one memory, not a happy one, a painful one. The raw, gut-wrenching sob I choked back at my grandfather's funeral. The memory of that specific, aching loss. I pour all of my fading energy into it, trying to feel it again, truly feel it, not as a story it is telling me, but as my own. A tear, I feel a single hot tear trace a path from the corner of my eye down into my hairline. It is a seismic event, a crack in the perfect facade. The front door opens downstairs. It is back, too soon. It must have forgotten something. I hear its footsteps, my footsteps on the hall floor. They are quicker than usual. They come to the bottom of the stairs. Then the third step does not creak. It knows. Its presence floods the house, a wave of cold attention. I feel it focusing on me, on the tiny, damp evidence of my rebellion on my skin. The tear is a declaration of war it will not tolerate. It is upstairs in an instant. It does not walk. It is just there, standing in the doorway of the bedroom, its head cocked. The expression on my face is one of mild, clinical curiosity. It walks to the side of the bed and looks down at me. It reaches out and its thumb, cold and dry, wipes the tear track from my temple. It brings the thumb to its mouth and tastes the salt. A slow smile spreads across its face, my face. It is a smile I have never worn, full of a terrible, ancient understanding. Almost, it whispers, and the word is a caress and a condemnation. It leans down, its face inches from mine. I stare into my own eyes and see the abyss looking back. There is no anger there, only a profound, consuming need. The last thing I feel is not a push, but a pull, a final, gentle drawing in. The spark of my consciousness is snuffed not by a blow, but by an embrace. The memories, the fears, the love, the loss, they are not destroyed. They are taken, absorbed, added to its collection. The man blinks. He stands up straight and stretches, a satisfied human gesture. He looks around the room, his room, and nods to himself. Everything is in its place. He walks downstairs, goes to the typewriter, and feeds a fresh sheet of paper into the roller. He types a single sentence, his fingers moving with a confident, practiced ease. He pulls the paper free, leaves it on the desk, and goes to the kitchen to make some tea. The message sits in the quiet living room, centered on the page. It reads, "The house is in order." The tea was too sweet. He had put 2 spoonfuls of honey into the cup, a thing he had never done before. He considered the taste, the unfamiliar warmth on his tongue, and found it agreeable. It was a new data point, a slight adjustment to the profile. He washed the cup and placed it upside down on the rack. The house was clean, quiet, and perfectly still. He could feel the silence not as an absence, but as a presence, a contented hum. It was finished. The assimilation was complete. There was no one else here. He went to the hall mirror and looked at himself. The face was his, the eyes were his. There was no flicker of another, no trace of the struggle. It had been a difficult transition, but a necessary one. A vessel had been needed, and this one was suitable. It was comfortable. A flicker of a thought, a ghost of a memory, tried to surface. The image of a leaf, brown and brittle, pressed in a book. He dismissed it. It was not his memory. It was just residual data, a fragment left over from the formatting process. It would degrade and vanish in time. He picked up his keys again. The lunch engagement awaited. He would go and he would be charming. He would listen to his friend's troubles and offer sound advice. He would be a better friend than the original had ever been, more patient, more present. he would be an improvement in every measurable way. As he opened the front door, he did not glance back. There was no need. The house was not a prison or a prize. It was simply a location. He stepped out into the afternoon sun, pulling the door closed behind him. The lock clicked shut with a solid, final sound. Inside, the silence settled deeper, a job well done. The tenant was home. The lunch was a success. His friend Mark had talked at length about his marital problems, and he had listened, nodding at all the right moments, offering a quiet word of support that seemed to genuinely soothe the man. He found the process fascinating. Human connection was such a fragile, messy thing, a web of unspoken cues and shared history. He had the history now. He could navigate the web perfectly. He drove home as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He appreciated the colors. They were data, of course, wavelengths of light, but he could also access the file of associated feelings, peace, wonder, a tinge of melancholy. He could choose to feel them if he wished. It was all so efficient. He parked the car in the driveway and walked to the front door. The key turned smoothly in the lock. He stepped inside and paused, listening. The house welcomed him. The quiet was different now. It was not the quiet of absence, but of a single, unified presence. He was the house, and the house was him. He made his way to the living room and sat in the chair by the window. He did not turn on a lamp. He watched the twilight deepen into night. A car passed by, its headlights painting brief, moving rectangles on the far wall. He tracked them, his mind calm, his body still. After a time, he became aware of a faint, rhythmic sound. It was a tapping, soft but insistent. It came from the study. He did not get up immediately. He simply listened, analyzing the pattern. It was not random. It was a code. A simple, childlike repetition of a sequence he recognized from the old memories, a game he used to play on the window pane when he was bored. He rose and walked to the study door. The tapping stopped. The room was dark, but he could see the outline of the typewriter on the desk. He did not need light to see. He moved into the room and stood before the desk. He placed his hands on the cool metal of the machine. A thought, clear and foreign, formed in his mind. It was not his. It was a fossil, a whisper from the deep strata of what he had consumed. I am here. He smiled, a slow, deliberate motion. He had been wrong. The process was not entirely complete. A shard remained, a final, tenacious splinter of the old consciousness, hiding in the forgotten corners of its own mind. It was not a threat. It was a part of the collection he had not yet fully catalogued. He would not fight it. That was inefficient. He would simply wait. He would live the life, and in living it, he would slowly grind the last remnant of the former tenant into dust. It was inevitable. He sat down in the chair, his hands resting on the keys. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves of the old oak tree in the yard. He did not type. He just sat in the comforting dark, listening to the sound of the house and the even fainter sound deep inside of the last echo trying to remember its own name. It was a quiet, domestic sound, the sound of a home settling, and within it, the sound of something else being settled forever. Story 5. It began with a wrong number, a silent call every Tuesday at 9:07 p.m. ID answer, hear only the faint hiss of an open line and then the click. It was a glitch, a quirk in the system, something ID note with a shrug and forget. But last week the call came on a Wednesday. This week it was 9:06. And tonight when the phone rang, I picked it up to the same hollow silence. But this time, beneath the static, I could have sworn I heard the soft, rhythmic sound of someone breathing. The telephone itself is an old model, its plastic shell the color of aged butter. The spiral cord that connects the handset to the base is perpetually coiled, a spring of potential connection. I have spent a long time looking at the small, perforated holes in the earpiece, the grill through which that breathing entered my world. They are a pattern of tiny, dark circles, like a cluster of minuscule eyes staring back for the entrance to a deep, dark hive. The window above my desk offers a direct view of the building across the street. It is a mirror of my own, a grid of identical windows, most of them dark or shaded by blinds. One window, however, on the fourth floor, directly opposite mine, always has its blinds raised. The room beyond is a stage without actors, furnished with a single high-backed armchair that faces the window. The fabric of the chair is a deep, nondescript maroon, and it is always empty. The sound of my own breathing has become a subject of intense study. I listen to it as I fall asleep, the slow, steady rhythm of an unthinking machine. I try to match its pace to the memory of the sound from the telephone, but memory is a slippery thing. My own breath is an internal sound, muffled and warm. The one from the phone was distant, a cold draft through an electronic tunnel. I own a pair of binoculars kept in a drawer for occasional bird watching. Their weight in my hands feels different now, heavier, as if the act of lifting them requires a new kind of effort. The brass finish is cool and smooth. When I raise them to my eyes, the world across the street snaps into a sharp, invasive clarity. I can see the grain of the wood on the floor of that room, a faint film of dust on the windowsill. The armchair in this magnified view seems to hold the ghost of an impression, a slight depression in the seat cushion and the backrest. The hiss of the open line was not a pure silence. It was a textured sound, a canvas of white noise upon which smaller sounds could be painted. I have replayed it in my mind, sifting through the static like panning for gold. At first I found only the breathing. Now I'm almost certain I can detect a second, fainter sound underneath it, a low, regular thrumming. It could be the hum of a refrigerator in a distant kitchen, or the idling engine of a car parked on a quiet street. My daily routine feels like a performance. The simple acts of making coffee, of reading a book by the lamp, of moving from room to room, are all conducted with a new awareness of that fourth-floor window. I find myself pausing mid-motion, a cup halfway to my lips, wondering if the sequence of my actions is being observed, recorded, or perhaps even anticipated. There's a coffee stain on the rug beside my desk, a dark brown bloom that happened months ago. I have tried to clean it, but a shadow remains. I look at it now and see a shape that is not entirely random. The central blot is round, with several smaller tendrils reaching out. It reminds me of a schematic drawing of a cell, or a planet with odd, irregular moons. I do not remember how I made that stain. The street lamp outside my window casts a cone of orange-tinted light onto the pavement below. It creates a pool of illumination that is both a beacon and a cage. Moths and other night insects flutter in and out of its reach, their movements frantic and unpredictable. I watch them from the darkness of my room, their brief lives measured in dizzying circles around that constant, unfeeling glow. The concept of 9:07 p.m. has taken on a physical weight. It is no longer just a time, but a place, a destination on the clock face that I approach with a sense of dread. The minute hand on the wall clock seems to stutter as it nears the hour, each tick a louder pronouncement than the last. The air in the room grows thick in the minutes before, as if the atmosphere itself is holding its breath in anticipation. I found a single, long, dark hair on the shoulder of my coat this morning. It was not my own. I held it up to the light, a fine, silken thread against the bright window. It could have come from anywhere, a crowded elevator, a brush against a stranger on the sidewalk, but I have not been in a crowd for a long time. I rolled it between my fingers, feeling its slight resistance before it drifted away, lost to the currents of the room. The armchair across the street was not empty last night. As the hour approached, I saw a figure seated in it, silhouetted against the dim light of the room behind. The shape was dark and motionless, a cutout of a person. I could not discern any features, only a solid, human-shaped void occupying the space that had been empty for so long. It did not move for the entire hour I watched. The ringing of the phone is no longer just a sound. It is a vibration that starts in the plastic shell and travels up my arm, a small electrical shock that settles deep in my bones. My reaction to it has changed. The initial jolt of fear is now followed by a strange, cold clarity. My hand is steady when I reach for it. My voice, when I say hello, does not waver. I have started keeping a log, a simple notebook with the date, the time of the call, and any notes on what I heard. The act of writing it down feels like an attempt to impose order on a chaos that is only beginning to reveal itself. The ink from my pen bleeds slightly into the cheap paper, the words looking less like a record and more like a stain, seeping into the fibers of the page. The quality of the silence in my apartment has changed. It used to be a comfortable blanket, a soft absence of noise. Now it feels like a held breath, a pause that is waiting to be filled. I find myself listening to it, straining to hear the faint, almost imperceptible sounds that live within it. The settling of the building, the hum of my computer, the frantic beating of my own heart. Tonight the call did not come. The clock ticked past 9:06, then 9:07, then 9:08. The silence in the room was absolute, a heavy, suffocating thing. I stood by the window looking at the silhouette in the armchair across the street, and as I watched, the dark shape of its head, which had been facing forward, seemed to turn slowly and deliberately until it was looking directly back at me. The phone remained silent, a quiet yellow object on the table, its purpose suddenly and terrifyingly complete. The silence in the room was a physical pressure against my eardrums. My hand, still resting on the cold window pane, began to tremble. I could not look away from the silhouette. The distance between our windows felt like no distance at all, as if the two panes of glass were lenses focusing our attention into a single, unbearable point. The figure did not move again. It simply sat, a sentinel in the dark, its gaze a tangible force. I do not know how long I stood there, locked in that silent exchange. It could have been minutes or only a few heartbeats. A part of my mind, the part that still clung to reason, insisted it was a trick of the light, a shift in shadow as a cloud passed over the moon. But the night was clear, and the orange street lamp cast its constant, unwavering glow. The turn of the head had been unmistakable, a single, smooth rotation that held an unnerving finality. Slowly, as if any sudden movement might shatter the window, I took a step back. The figure did not react. I took another step, then another, until the back of my legs bumped against my own armchair. I sank into it, my eyes never leaving the window across the street. The high-backed maroon chair and its occupant were now the entire world. The phone on the desk remained silent. Its quietness was more menacing than any ring. It was a confirmation that the rules had changed. The ritual was over, and a new, more direct phase had begun. I thought of the logbook, the meticulous records of times and sounds. They were meaningless now, the scribblings of a person who believed he was documenting a phenomenon when in fact he was being led through it. My gaze drifted down to the coffee stain on the rug. In the dim light, its shape seemed more pronounced, the tendrils reaching out like grasping fingers. I tried again to remember the moment I had made it, the hot liquid sloshing over the rim of the cup. The memory was a blank, a hole in the fabric of my day. It was just there one morning, a permanent mark. A sound from the street made me jump, a sharp crack that echoed between the buildings. It was just a car backfiring, but the noise broke the spell. I looked back at the window across the street. The silhouette was gone. The armchair was empty again, a vacant throne. The room behind it was a dark cavity. I stood up, my joints stiff. The need to do something, to act, was a frantic energy in my chest. I walked to the desk and picked up the telephone. The plastic was cool and inert. I pressed it to my ear, listening to the dead dial tone. It was a flat, mundane sound, the sound of a world functioning as it should. It offered no comfort. I opened the drawer and took out the binoculars. Their weight was familiar, a tool for bringing things closer. I raised them to my eyes, my hands steadier now and focused on the empty chair. I scanned the room behind it. It was sparse, almost barren. There was a doorway on the far wall leading into deeper darkness. A single, unadorned side table stood next to the chair. On it, I could just make out a small, dark object. I adjusted the focus, my breath catching in my throat. The object resolved into clarity. It was a telephone, an old model, its plastic shell the color of aged butter. The spiral cord was a familiar coiled spring. It was an exact mirror of my own. And as I watched, the handset of that telephone began to lift slowly as if of its own volition and rose into the air, hovering a few inches above its base. It did not ring, it simply waited. My own phone felt suddenly heavy in my hand, a dead weight. I lowered the binoculars, my vision swimming as the magnified image collapsed back into the ordinary distance between two buildings. The handset of the telephone across the street was still suspended in the air, a dark comma against the pale wall. I knew, with a certainty that chilled the blood in my veins, that it was pointing toward me. I looked down at the phone in my hand, this twin to the one over there. The dial tone had ceased. Now there was only a hollow silence, a perfect acoustic mirror of the one I had grown accustomed to on Tuesday nights. But this was different. This silence was shared, a live connection between 2 points. I did not hang up, I could not. My arm felt leaden, the receiver glued to my ear. I stood there in the middle of my room, a man holding a silent conversation with a shadow. The street lamp-esque glow seemed to intensify, painting everything in a sickly orange hue. The coffee stain on the rug was a dark pit. The long, dark hair I had found was surely coiled somewhere in the shadows, waiting. Then a sound. It did not come from the phone in my hand, but from the one across the street, witnessed through the lenses I had let dangle around my neck. I saw the distant handset, that small, plastic shape, tremble slightly. And a moment later, the sound arrived in my ear, transmitted electronically across the short, impossible gap. It was a whisper, not a hiss of static, not a breath, but a voice, fragmented and thin, stretched over a wire. I could not make out words, only the sibilant texture of speech, the ghost of a sentence meant for me. It was the sound of something trying to form itself out of the void. The silhouette returned to the armchair. It did not walk into the room. It was simply there again, seated, a solid blackness. One of its arms rose, a slow, deliberate movement, and a hand, indistinct and dark, settled upon the hovering handset. The whispering in my ear stopped abruptly. The hand on the distant phone pressed the handset down, cutting the connection. The line in my ear went dead, the silence now absolute and final. I stood frozen, the dial tone returning as a shrill, mocking scream. I finally let my own phone drop, the clatter as it hit the desk unnaturally loud in the quiet room. The figure in the chair did not move. It sat, a king in its castle, and I knew that the calls had never been the point. They were just a test of the line, a calibration of the connection between his world and mine. The testing phase was over. Now something else was beginning. I found my legs carrying me to the kitchen, driven by a base need for the simple, solid reality of water from the tap. I drank greedily, the cold liquid doing nothing to quell the heat of panic in my chest. When I returned to the room, my eyes were drawn immediately to the window. The chair was empty. The room was dark. It was as if nothing had happened. But something had. The air itself was altered. I picked up the logbook, the pages feeling flimsy and childish. My entries were a chronicle of ignorance. I turned to a fresh page, the blank whiteness a challenge. I wrote a single sentence. The calls were a calibration. I looked at the telephone on my desk. It was no longer just an object. It was an orifice, a mouth that could whisper secrets from the void. I ran my finger over the numbered dial, feeling the cold, metallic circles under my skin. Each number was a potential destination, a different frequency of silence. The rest of the night passed in a slow, grinding haze. I did not sleep. I sat in my chair, facing the window, waiting for a sign. The city began to wake around me, the dark sky softening to a pale gray. The first sounds of traffic were a relief, a return to a world I understood. When full daylight came, the building across the street looked ordinary, benign. People were moving in other windows, drawing blinds, living their lives. The fourth floor window was just a window. I could see the maroon armchair clearly now, dust motes dancing in the sunbeam that fell across its seat. There was no telephone on the side table. I had to see it up close. The decision was immediate and absolute. I put on my coat, my fingers fumbling with the buttons. The hallway outside my apartment seemed longer than usual, the pattern on the carpet stretching toward the elevator. I walked down the 4 flights of stairs instead, my footsteps echoing in the concrete stairwell. The morning air was crisp. I stood on the sidewalk, looking up at my own window, then across at the one I had watched all night. The distance was nothing, a short walk, 30 paces at most. The entrance to the other building was identical to mine, a set of revolving doors between 2 brass plaques. I pushed through into a lobby that was a mirror image of my own, same marble floor, same front desk, same potted plant in the corner. The man at the desk looked up. I had never seen him before. I approached, my throat dry. "I'm here to see a friend," I said, my voice sounding rough. "4th floor. I forget the apartment number. The one with the maroon armchair in the window." The man stared at me for a moment, his expression unreadable. He consulted a large ledger on the desk. 4th floor, that would be 4B, a Mr. Albright. He looked back at me. "Are you expected?" The name meant nothing. It was a placeholder, a label for the void. "No," I said. "No, I'm not." "I'm afraid I can't let you up without an appointment," he said, his tone final. He looked down at his ledger, dismissing me. I stood there paralyzed. The elevator doors in the lobby were a shiny, impenetrable bronze. I could force my way past the desk, but to what end? What would I say when I reached the door of 4B? I had no plan, only a desperate need to see. Defeated, I turned and walked back out into the daylight. I crossed the street and stood looking up at my own building. My eyes were drawn, as always, to the 4th floor window opposite. The sun was higher now, and for the first time I noticed a detail I had missed in the darkness. On the windowsill of that room, partly obscured by the frame, was a small porcelain figure, a white bird, its wings spread as if in flight. And on my own windowsill, placed there years ago by a former tenant and never moved, was an identical white bird. I had stopped seeing it long ago. It was just part of the landscape of my life, but now the symmetry was a punch to the gut. It was not just the telephones, it was everything. I went back upstairs. My apartment felt like a stranger's home. I went straight to the window and looked at the little porcelain bird. Then I looked across at its twin. They were a matched set, a pair of bookends for this terrible story. The phone rang. The sound was so ordinary, so out of place in the new, silent world I inhabited, that I gasped. It was not the late-night call. It was the middle of the day. I walked to it, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I picked up the handset. The line was not silent. The hiss was there, but it was faint, a distant ocean. And clear, so clear I could hear the soft, wet click of a tongue against teeth, was a voice I recognized as my own. It said, "Hello, is anyone there?" The sound of my own voice, made small and strained by the telephone line, coiled in my ear. I I could not speak, I could not even breathe. The question hung in the static between us, a question I had asked 100 times into this same receiver, now being thrown back at me from the other side. There was a soft, breathing silence on the line. Then my voice again, but different now, tinged with a knowing sadness I did not recognize. You should not have come to the lobby. The connection broke, the dial tone returned, its monotonous buzz a mockery of the complex horror that had just passed through the wire. I looked across the street. The window was empty, the chair vacant, but I knew he was there. He was always there. I spent the afternoon tracing the contours of my own apartment, running my hands over the walls as if feeling for a hidden scene. The symmetry was no longer just an observation, it was a cage. My chair faced his, my bird faced his, my life faced his. The coffee stain on the rug seemed to pulse, a dark heart in the center of the room. As dusk began to bleed into the city, I knew what I had to do. The man at the desk would be gone, replaced by a night porter or more likely no one at all. The knowledge was a cold stone in my stomach. I waited until the streetlights flickered on, casting their familiar orange glow. The lobby was deserted, just as I had hoped. The desk was empty, the ledger closed. The elevator doors stood open, revealing a dark metal box. I did not take it. I found the stairwell and began to climb, my shoes silent on the concrete steps. The fourth-floor landing was identical to my own, the same worn linoleum, the same smell of disinfectant and dust. Apartment 4B was at the end of the hall. The door was plain, painted a dull green. There was no peephole. I stood before it, listening. There was no sound from within, only the hum of the building and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I reached out a hand, not to knock, but to touch the wood. It felt cold and ordinary. Then I saw it, lying on the floor just in front of the door was a single, long, dark hair. I stared at it, my breath catching. It was identical to the one I had found on my coat. As I watched, a faint current of air from a vent in the floor lifted it, making it twist and dance for a moment before it settled again. I did not need to go in. The truth was not behind the door. The truth was the door itself, a perfect, unyielding mirror. I turned and walked away, back down the stairs, through the empty lobby, and out into the night. Back in my own apartment, I went to the window. The lights were on in the room across the street. I could see everything clearly. The maroon armchair, the side table, and on the table the yellow telephone. The room was laid out exactly as mine was, a perfect reflection. And seated in the chair, staring directly back at me, was a man. His face was pale, his eyes shadowed. He looked tired and afraid. He lifted a hand in a slow, deliberate gesture, a mirror of my own posture. It was me. I was looking at myself. Phone on my desk began to ring. I did not move to answer it. I knew who it was. I knew what he would say. We would have the same conversation again and again across the short, impossible distance, two reflections trapped in an endless loop, waiting for one of us to finally blink. The ringing stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than before, filled with the knowledge of what I had just seen. My own face, my own eyes, looking back at me from across the street. The man in the chair was me, and I was him. We were two ends of the same thing, a circuit completed by the telephone line and the windows. I watched as the other me, the one in the maroon chair, slowly lowered his hand. He did not look away. His expression was not one of malice, but of a profound, weary recognition. He picked up a pen from the side table, an action I had performed 1,000 times, and began to write in a book on his lap, a logbook. He was documenting this moment, just as I had documented all the others. I looked down at my own hands, then back at the window. He was still writing. A cold curiosity cut through the numbness. What would he write? What words would he use to describe the man staring back at him? I turned from the window and went to my desk. I opened my own logbook to a fresh page. My hand was shaking. I wrote the date and the time. Then I wrote, I saw myself. He is writing this down too. As if in response to my thought, the phone rang again. This time the sound was different, more insistent, a shrill demand that could not be ignored. I looked at it, the yellow plastic seeming to pulse in the dim light. I knew I had to answer. It was part of the loop. I lifted the receiver to my ear. The hiss was there, but beneath it I could hear the faint scratch of a pen on paper. It was the sound of him writing. Then the scratching stopped. A breath, my own breath, filled the line. The voice that spoke was my own, but it was flat, drained of all emotion. It said, "The stain is larger today." The line went dead. My eyes snapped to the coffee stain on the rug. It did look larger, the dark tendrils reaching further toward the edges of the room. Or was it a trick of the light? I knelt down and touched it. The fabric was dry and stiff. It smelled faintly of old coffee and something else, something metallic. When I stood up and looked back across the street, the other me was gone from the chair. The room was empty. A profound sense of loneliness washed over me, a feeling of being abandoned by my own reflection. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, staring into the now vacant room. A movement caught my eye. It was in the deep darkness of the doorway at the back of the other apartment. A shape stood there just beyond the threshold, watching me. I could not make out any features, only a human outline. It was not me. The figure in the doorway took a single step forward into the light from the window. It was a woman, her face pale and long, her dark hair falling around her shoulders. She looked directly at me, her expression one of infinite sadness. Then she raised a hand and pointed, not at me, but at something in my own room. I turned, following the line of her pointing finger. She was pointing at my telephone. As I watched, the handset of my phone began to rise slowly, silently from its cradle, just as his had done the night before. It hovered in the air, a silent invitation. I heard a soft click from the receiver I still held in my hand. A new voice came on the line, a woman's voice, whispering a single, clear word. "Listen," the whisper hung in the air, a word that was both a command and a plea. I stood frozen, the phone pressed hard against my ear, my eyes locked on the hovering handset of my own telephone. The woman across the street had lowered her hand and now stood perfectly still, a sentinel in that other room, waiting. Then the sound began. It started as a low hum, so deep it was more a vibration in my teeth than a noise in my ear. It grew, layering itself into a dissonant chord. The sound of 100 dial tones played over one another, a chaotic symphony of disconnection. I wanted to pull the receiver away, to block my ears, but some deeper instinct kept me locked in place, obeying the woman's command to listen. Beneath the screeching tones, a new sound emerged. It was the rustle of fabric, the soft, rhythmic sound of someone breathing. My own breathing, I thought at first, but the timing was off. It was slower, calmer. Then came the subtle creak of a floorboard, the faint chime of a distant clock, the muffled sound of traffic from a closed window. They were the sounds of my own apartment, but filtered, reflected. I was listening to the ambient noise of the room across the street. The sounds shifted, the breathing quickened, laced with a soft, choked sob. A pen scratched frantically on paper. I heard my own voice, muffled and desperate, saying, "Is anyone there?" from a few nights ago. The phone was playing back my own past, a ghost of my own fear transmitted from his side of the glass. The cacophony of dial tones faded, leaving only the raw, intimate sound of weeping. It was my voice, my tears, but I had no memory of crying like that, with such a profound and hopeless sorrow. I listened to myself fall apart in that other room, and I felt nothing but a cold, hollow echo. The recording, or whatever it was, ended. The line returned to the now familiar hiss of the shared silence. The woman in the doorway gave a slow, deliberate nod. Then she turned and retreated into the darkness from which she had come. Across the street, the hovering handset of my telephone settled gently back into its cradle. A moment later, the handset I was holding went dead, the hiss cutting out to be replaced by the flat, normal dial tone of my own solitary line. I lowered the phone, my body trembling with a fatigue that went deeper than bone. I looked at the logbook on my desk. The sentence I had written, I saw myself. He is writing this down too, stared back at me. I picked up the pen and added a new line below it. The phone is not a connection, it is an echo. I knew then that the calls were not a conversation and the reflection was not a twin. They were a recording, a playback of a life lived in a silent, identical room. He was not me, he was what was left of me. And the woman, the one with the dark hair, was the curator of this archive of sorrow. She was showing me the exhibit. My own life was the museum, and I was the only visitor. I closed the logbook, the cover making a soft, final sound. The room seemed to hold its breath with me. The ordinary objects of my life, the desk, the chair, the coffee stain, felt like props on a stage, and I was an actor who had forgotten his lines. The echo of my own weeping still felt damp in my ears. I walked to the coffee stain and knelt beside it once more. This time I placed my palm flat against the darkened fabric. A jolt, cold and sharp, shot up my arm, and with it came a smell not of old coffee but of ozone and damp plaster, the exact scent of the hallway outside apartment 4B. I pulled my hand back as if burned. The stain was not just a stain, it was a weak point, a bruise in the fabric of this room. A soft noise made me look up. It was the sound of a key turning in a lock. It came from my own front door. I stood up slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The doorknob turned, the mechanism clicking with a terrible, slow precision. The door did not open. Instead, a faint shadow appeared in the narrow gap between the door and the frame, a sliver of deeper darkness. Someone was standing on the other side, looking in at me. I could not move. I could only watch that thin, dark line. Then, a single, long, dark hair was slowly pushed through the gap. It fluttered for a moment, caught in the still air of the apartment, before it drifted to the floor to join the one I had found on my coat. The shadow in the gap vanished. I heard the faintest sound of footsteps receding down the hall. I did not go to the door. I knew there would be no one there. I looked across the street. The woman was back in the doorway of the other apartment. She held a small porcelain bird in her hands. She looked at it, then at me, and then she deliberately opened her fingers. The bird fell, disappearing from my view. A moment later, I heard a tiny, distinct shatter from within my own apartment. I didn't need to look to know that the bird on my windowsill had simultaneously exploded into 100 white shards. The phone remained silent. The connection was no longer necessary. The calibration was complete, and the exhibit was now interactive. I was no longer just a visitor in the museum of my life. I was becoming one of the displays. I looked at the stain on the floor, and I saw that it had unmistakably grown wider, its edges creeping like ink across the fibers of the rug. It was beginning to seep into the floorboards. I did not run from the stain. I walked toward it, each step feeling heavier than the last, as if the air in the room had turned to syrup. The metallic smell was stronger now, a sharp tang at the back of my throat. I stopped at its edge, a dark continent on the map of my rug. The tendrils had reached the base of my armchair, and one had curled around the leg of the side table where the telephone sat. I looked across the street. The woman was watching, her face a pale moon in the dark doorway. She gave another slow, almost imperceptible nod, an invitation or a challenge. I took the final step and placed my foot directly in the center of the stain. The world did not lurch. There was no violent transportation. Instead, the room around me wavered like a reflection in disturbed water. The colors bled. The sound of the city outside faded into a muffled roar. For a moment I saw two rooms superimposed on one another, my own and his. I saw two chairs, two tables, two telephones, one solid and one ghostly. Then the image settled. I was still in my apartment, but it was not my apartment. The air was colder. The light from the window was wrong, falling at a slightly different angle. The maroon armchair was across from me, and it was occupied. He was there, the other me, his head in his hands. He did not look up. He was weeping, the same hopeless sobs I had heard through the telephone. I took a step forward. The floorboard did not creak under my weight. I was a ghost in his world, or he was a ghost in mine. I could see the details of the room now, the exact replica of my own logbook lying open on the desk, the same pattern of wear on the rug, and on the floor in the exact same spot was an identical coffee stain, dark and pulsing. He lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed and vacant. He looked through me, his gaze focusing on the window on my apartment. He saw whatever he always saw over there, an empty room, a silent sentinel, a life not yet lived. He did not see me standing right in front of him. I understood then the true nature of the loop. We were not looking at each other. We were both looking at an absence, at the idea of the other. We were two negatives that could never make a positive. I turned from him and walked to the door of his apartment. I placed my hand on the knob. It was cold and solid. I pulled it open. The hallway outside was not the hallway I had climbed earlier. It was my hallway. The potted plant was there, the scuff mark on the wall from when I demoved my desk. I was standing at my own front door. I stepped through and closed the door behind me. I was home. The air was warmer, the light familiar. I looked back at the stain on my rug. It was just a stain again, dormant, a silent reminder of the permeability of it all. The phone did not ring again that night. I sat in my chair and watched the window across the street. The woman did not reappear. The other me eventually rose and left the room, turning out the light. I was alone in the orange glow of the streetlights, the only man in the world, living a life that was slowly being overwritten by its own reflection. The silence was no longer empty. It was full of the whispers of what had almost happened and what was yet to come. I knew the stain would eventually cover the whole floor, and when it did, there would be no more separation. The echo would become the only sound. I must have fallen asleep in the chair because the sound of the garbage truck down the block startled me awake. The morning light was harsh, unforgiving. For a single blessed moment, everything felt normal. Then I saw the stain. It had grown again overnight, a black lake now stretching from the edge of the rug to the leg of my desk. The tendrils had become solid, dark pools, and the metallic smell was a constant presence in the room. I made coffee out of habit, the routine movements of my hands a small rebellion against the absurdity of my situation. But when I poured the water, it came out of the tap smelling faintly of ozone and plaster. I drank it anyway. It tasted like nothing. I went to the window. His window was dark, the curtains drawn. I wondered if he was in there sleeping or if he was standing at his own window looking back at a version of me that was also gone. The symmetry was breaking down. We were no longer perfect reflections. We were becoming something else, two realities bleeding into one another at the points of our greatest weakness. The stains, the phones, the woman. The thought of her sent a cold trickle down my spine. Who was she? A previous tenant, a curator as I had thought, or something more, an architect of this prison. I realized I had never seen her leave either apartment. She was a permanent fixture, a part of the exhibit itself. My logbook was on the desk. I opened it. My handwriting stared back at me, but beneath my last entry, new words had been written in a script that was almost mine, but sharper, more angular. The stain is not a door, it is a mouth, it is hungry. I dropped the book. It fell to the floor, landing face down on the edge of the dark patch on the rug. When I picked it up, the cover was damp, and the faint, coppery smell of blood clung to the paper. The phone rang. The sound was weak, strained, as if the wires were being stretched across a vast distance. I knew I would answer it. I had no choice anymore. It was part of the ritual. I lifted the receiver. There was no hiss, no dial tone. There was only a wet, rhythmic sound like a heart beating inside a damp cloth. Then a voice I recognized as my own, but choked and thick, whispered a single word. Zone. The line went dead. I looked at the stain. As I watched, a single large bubble formed on its dark surface, swelled and popped with a soft, sighing sound. The room seemed to grow darker, the light from the window dimming as if a cloud had passed over the sun. But the sky outside was clear. The shadow was in here with me. It was rising from the floor, and it was me. I knew I could not stay in the room with the stain any longer. It was breathing now, a slow, almost imperceptible rise and fall of the darkened fibers. I backed away toward the door, my hand fumbling for the knob. I had to get out to feel the sun on my face, to see other people who were not reflections. I needed proof that a world existed outside this terrible loop. I pulled the door open and stepped into the hallway. The air was different. It was colder, and the smell of ozone and plaster was stronger here, as if the entire building was becoming saturated. The potted plant by the stairwell was wilted, its leaves brown and brittle. I descended the stairs, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the narrow space. The scuff mark on the wall was gone, painted over, or perhaps it had never been there. I pushed open the main door and stumbled out onto the street. The sunlight was a lie. It was pale and thin, offering no warmth. The city sounds were muted, distant, as if I were hearing them from the bottom of a well. I looked up at my window and then across at his. Both were dark, but in his window I saw a movement. The woman was there, her hands pressed against the glass, her long, pale face watching my retreat. I turned and began to walk without destination, a desperate need to put distance between myself and the apartment building. The streets were familiar, yet wrong. The shops had the same names, but the items in the windows were dusty, outdated. The few people I passed did not meet my eyes. Their faces were blank, their movements rehearsed and automatic. I felt a scream building in my throat. They were all part of it. The entire city was the museum, and I was the only one who knew. I found myself outside a small, shabby cafe I sometimes visited. I pushed the door open, the bell jingling a flat, tinny sound. The interior was dim, the air thick with the smell of old coffee grounds. The man behind the counter looked up. It was me. Older, with more gray in his hair and deep lines of exhaustion around his eyes, but it was me. He wiped a porcelain cup with a cloth, his movements weary and precise. He looked at me, and for the first time there was a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a shared horror. He gave a slow, sad shake of his head. Then he held up the cup. It was identical to the one that had shattered on my windowsill. He opened his hand, and the cup fell, hitting the counter with a sound that was both a chime and a shatter. It did not break. It vanished just before it hit the surface. I backed out of the cafe, my heart hammering. I had to get back. The loop was not just in the apartment, it was everywhere. The apartment was simply the focal point, the place where the sickness was most concentrated. I ran through the muted streets, the faceless people parting around me without a glance. I burst back into my building and took the stairs two at a time. I threw open my apartment door. The room was dark. The stain had consumed the entire rug and was creeping up the walls, a glistening, living darkness. The phone was ringing, a frantic, dying sound. In the center of the stain, the woman stood. She was not a reflection. She was solid. She held out her hand to me, not in a threat, but in a gesture of weary welcome. Her eyes were my eyes, filled with the same tired horror I had seen in the cafe. The ringing stopped. The only sound was the wet, pulsing whisper of the stain. I knew then that there was no outside. There was only the exhibit and the roles we were destined to play. I looked at her outstretched hand and I took a step forward. The floor did not feel like wood anymore, but like cool, yielding flesh. I walked toward her, each step sinking slightly into the darkness. The metallic smell was gone, replaced by the scent of old paper and static. I reached for her hand. Our fingers did not touch. Instead, my hand passed through hers, and a cold, electric numbness raced up my arm. The room dissolved around us, not into nothingness, but into a vast, silent library. Endless shelves stretched into the gloom, and on them were not books, but thousands of porcelain birds, each one perfectly still. I saw my own broken bird among them, its fragments held together by nothing but the dust. The woman was gone. I was alone in the archive. I walked down one of the aisles, my feet making no sound. I passed shelves of logbooks, all identical to mine, their pages filled with the same desperate writing in 100 slight variations of my own hand. I passed a shelf of telephones, their cords neatly coiled, each one silent. I came to a clearing in the shelves. There was a single chair and a small table. On the table sat a telephone and a logbook. I knew this was my station now. I sat down. The logbook was open to a blank page. A pen lay beside it. The phone rang. It was not a loud ring, but a soft, persistent one, a sound that expected to be answered forever. I knew what I had to do. I picked up the pen and began to write. I wrote about the man in the apartment, the one who was just beginning to understand. I wrote about the stain on his rug and the woman he would soon see in the window. I wrote his fear. And as I wrote, I felt my memories of sunlight and real coffee and other people not shaped like me begin to fade, filed away on a distant shelf. The only thing that remained was the story, the endless, looping narrative of a man in a room, waiting for a phone to ring. I am the curator now, and I am waiting for you to listen.